validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander. We're about this, that, in between. Still trying to get everything set up over here for TikTok because he got to set the shit separately right now. We're still working on that stream key, y'all. We're still trying to get this stuff going. I had some hiccups today. I know y'all seen that the shows was flickering around today right before the show started. I had more than one show on the same day, so I had to double check and make sure that all my shows was lined up the way they were supposed to be lined up. So if you had hit a notification button on one of the shows, because we had 2 shows booked for Tuesday, then that you're still preset on that show, even though I moved that show to a different day. So don't worry about it. Today we're going to be talking about how geopolitical chaos can turn cheap shares into gold. So we covered a lot of stuff about investment opportunities. So we're going to be talking about some things today that's going to be related to investment. So I want you guys to stay tuned with that. Here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. We go live every night of the week. We do not let the sun rise without going live, but we don't always start on time. And that's why we ask you guys to like and subscribe, mash those reaction buttons while you're here, hit the notification button so that you know what's going on. Jesus, that lick is up there today. It was supposed to be further down. I lifted my head up and I'm like, dang, it is way up there at the top. can't do nothing about natural ladies, pay attention. Oh, we're gonna get something done with that sooner or later. I gotta find somebody around here that's gonna break it down. Gotta fit that into the budget too. We also, after we ask you guys to like and subscribe, we also ask you guys to hit the notification button so that you're notified that the show went live. Then we asked you guys to double back and see what's going on in the membership. I'm adding a lot more content to the membership tonight to make sure that the membership keeps rolling with detailed content. So whatever you guys get off of the show for the day, you're going to have more backup information for that after the show in the membership, and sometime before the show in the membership on updates on content that we were talking about. Steven, I seen your content. I seen your content before the show, the message you had sent me about the folks in the mask. I didn't get a chance to read the whole thing, but it started with, if I see folks pull up with masks, and I'm going to read it and respond to it after the show today. But I'm going to let you know, when I was and folks masks, there was only two responses for that. It was either run because you didn't have your switch with you, or fight because you had your switch with you. So these days, Second Amendment strong. I make sure that I don't go from one room in my house to the other room in my house without keeping mine with me. So if 5 or 7 masks walked up to the door talking about some come outside, I want to have a talk with you, it would be blast going through the glass. They would we wouldn't even have a conversation through the door. They would just be getting got through the window. It would have been some desperado stuff. Steven says, my Wi-Fi acting up. Hope it works better so I can watch the stream tonight. Oh yeah, you're either going to be able, because my Wi-Fi acting up right now too. You're either going to be able to catch the stream tonight while you're at work, or if your data's not working the way it needs to be working, you say, yeah, your data plan. If your data's not working the way it needs to work, then you could probably catch some of the stuff that kind of glitched out on you after you get off from work. Because while I know that your job stopped sharing Wi-Fi, and we do a lot of streaming on this show, you will go through 500 or 700 gigabytes of data on this show. So even if you have unlimited Wi-Fi, it is going to switch you down to kilobytes per second. And the only thing that I can tell you to make your show function better is to drop the frame rate. So it is standard set on your cell phone, probably for 1080p or best quality or auto or whatever. And you're going to have to manually switch it from best quality down to 420p. It's going to give you lower pixelation. It might be a little bit fuzzy, but I ain't got nothing up in here for y'all to write. If you read in the comments, I put them up on the screen so it's bigger. But at the end of the day, you still be able to hear me. And that's really what's important with a live podcast like this, is hearing what's being said and not seeing it in 3D 4K high definition. I would love for us to have that 3D 4K high definition, but as you're experiencing with your data situation and my slow computer processing speed, operating on high definition what we want to don't always work out in our favor. But don't worry, we're going to get that fixed as we're working on trying to get the stream key for the live podcast. So make sure that we pay attention to that. Now, we have different topics every night of the week, and I'm going to do these for y'all real quick, and then we're going to get through this show because we got a pretty thick topic today. I wasn't expecting this topic to be this thick, but I've been making topics of discussion far enough in advance where it's like, dang, he's prepared. Yes, because I'd be sitting here crunching through research and information every day of the week. Sundays, we have questions and comments from the fans. Monday, yesterday, how politics negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money. Tuesdays, today, we start talking about ways to make, save, and invest money. Today, we're going to be talking about how geopolitical politics can turn cheap shares into gold. So we're going to be talking about that today. Then we have Wednesdays, we talk about different countries around the world that we can invest in. And then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we give you guys information about self-improvement, personal development, relationship topics, socialization, negotiation, building a brand. And you see all of these subtopics being built into some of the shows that throughout the week. But then we give you guys information about raises, promotions, retirement, forced retirement, severance packages, termination, and then how to build your 20 and 30-year plan and why it is so important to prepare for your 20 and 30-year plan. Because if you don't know where you're going, you don't know how to get there. And without mapping how to get there, you're always going to find yourself lost. And you will see yourself, you'll see yourself on a regular basis reacting to life. And believe it or not, reacting to life is just like reacting to cars breaking down. Preventative maintenance costs money, but preventative maintenance can be managed and budgeted for, and preventative maintenance can be cheaper. When you wait until it breaks, when you wait until the shit hits the fan, usually when it breaks something else along the way. Like, for example, I was driving my old school caddy and my power steering pump broke. I let it stay broke for like a year and some change. And then the power steering pump came off and took the serpentine belt and a few dozen pulleys with it, and had to replace all that stuff in order to get the power steering pump to work again. So and the whole drivetrain shut down because the power steering pump wasn't working. So just by waiting until it got worse, it made a simple like $500 or $700 repair turn into a $1,500 repair because I waited. And life happens the same way when you're not prepared for the future, when you're not preparing for something that could have happened in a timely fashion and been all according to plan. Could be something that you have to borrow against a stone to cover, which costs you more money. If you're doing one of those Indian Reserve, like 500% interest, compounding interest daily, like tribal cash advance places, or unorthodox backwater places to borrow money from, because a normal place that you borrow money from won't loan you money because you ain't paid them back yet, and all of the other things that you got going on. These things cost you more money. When you have to borrow money from somebody because you don't have enough money to pay your normal revolving bills, that's a huge red flag, because you couldn't afford to pay the stuff when you borrowed the money. Now you can't afford to pay the stuff the second time to come up. And you've got an extra debt you got to pay for to pay the people back for the last time you borrowed the money. So it keeps you perpetually in this revolving cycle of financial suffrage. And that's why we talk about preparing for your future, because if you prepare for your future, you know what you got coming on, coming ahead of you. So we want to make sure that you guys are prepared for that. Now, we haven't come across any updates on a lot of the things that we're following. So we're going to go ahead and dive right into today's topic. And I'm just going to tell you guys, you know, the moment that you're in one of those situations where like missiles cross borders, the instant sanctions are declared, you know, financial clocks start ticking, right? You guys got to pay attention to this part. This is really serious information. It's not doomsday clocks, but something more precise. There's a repricing machine that will, in a matter of weeks, help decide who gets rich and who gets broke. Whenever geopolitical trades happen, right? People see war, trade dispute, and political upheaval as random, chaotic noise, a reason to panic and sell everything. They see headlines and react to fear. But that is a fundamental misunderstanding of what is actually happening. Paying attention, geopolitical chaos is not just an emotional event. It is a systematic force that methodically rewrites the rules of finance. And it doesn't just create volatility, it creates clarity, separating winners from losers with stark efficiency. Michael said, Steven, waiting on Michael to jump in with some side comments. Special shout out to Michael. Steven says, those situations suck. I just found myself eating into many expenses at once, and now I have to pull some money I did not want to touch to pay it all off because credit cards are ruthless. Well, one of the things that you can do when you have situations that come out of nowhere, which is why we said pay off all your credit cards, because you paid off all your credit cards earlier this year. Look, y'all, Steven been with us for like half a year, so I know his personal life. You paid off all your credit cards earlier this year. So the thing is that depending on how much it is and when your credit card is due, if your credit card just rolled over and you have enough money to pay that credit card back off of your next paycheck or whatever before the credit card's bill is due, then what you can do is this unexpected financial scenario, you can charge it to that card right after the billing cycle rolls over, and then take your revolving cash and put it on that card, and that will prevent you from having to withdraw this money that you're trying to withdraw from a source that you didn't want to withdraw the money from. And this, what you're experiencing right now, Stephen, is one of the reasons why I tell you guys that while it is good to have emergency cash sitting in your bank account, it is better, in my personal opinion, to have your revolving utility bills paid 2, 3, 4 months in advance. Because what really hurts your bottom dollar is not the fact that you don't have emergency money. It is the fact that you've got a light bill due and an unexpected expense that's due at the same time. You've got a car insurance that's coming up in a week or two. You get paid a couple days after car insurance. You had it set up where the money was going to cover the car insurance, but now you got this unexpected bill to come up. If your car insurance is paid off for the next 6 months, if your light bill, water bill, gas bill, cable bill, internet bill, whatever that normally would come up throughout the month is paid for the month of August and the month of September, when an unexpected expense comes up, right now you're working paying October. And that's why you're like, you know what, bump it, I can just let it slide, right? And that's when you can let that bill slide for another couple of weeks, then you can come back and do what you got to do with taking this kind of situation and putting it down. And it keeps you from having to pull money from places you don't want to pull money from. Now, let me go ahead and get on what Steven got going on, because Steven says too many back-to-back situations in a week. I'm breaking AC dearly. Oh, breaking ABCD early. Oh, okay. So college closed and car repair hitting all at once. Well, first and foremost, you don't need new clothes to go to college. I'm gonna tell you right now, you grown ass man, it ain't no damn fashion show. That is impressing society, and that is a form of child wealth, where you're going onto the college campus. You don't want people to think that you broke, so you're gonna go there with a bunch of brand new clothes, first 2 weeks of school, trying to look fresh to death to impress all of these strangers that you don't know. And then on top of that, because you're going into a 4-year institution right now, you're going to be 10 years older than the student body. So not only are you trying to impress the student body, a bunch of strangers you don't know, you also don't want them to misrepresent you as an old geezer. And I'm going to be honest with you, it is not that damn serious. These kids is more focused on getting away from their parents and looking for the next frat party. They are not paying attention to you. So if you wore the same clothes that you wore to your old school, you could save money on clothes, unless you got unless you have literally nothing to wear because the clothes are all damaged, burned up, stained up, ruined, and need to be like chucked out into a fire pile. If that's not the case, because I know that I had gave you about 4 or 5 months ago the restructuring your image platform and how to budget that like $30 to $50 a month to change your wardrobe. You don't need to change your wardrobe, and that's something that will be considered a luxury, which means that you can postpone that, which means that you don't have to spend the money on that. Yes, you should get your college books, but your college book, if you're not doing assignments right now, your college books needs to be acquired before the first day of class, if you're going to be using them on the first day of class. So I know that week is coming up, because we got like a week left in the month. I think this coming Monday might be your first week of school. As soon as you lock in which classes you're taking, you got to go and grab those classes. But usually, depending on the university, you should be able to walk up to the bookstore at your local university and charge it to your student ID, and they will give you your books. and then they're going to take the difference and give you a refund. So you shouldn't have to buy any books that are offered by your library in your school's bookstore or whatever, because it's going to be, if you've got a free ride, you've got grants and scholarships covering your education. So that means that you don't need anything except your car repair right now, to be honest. Because I know you're thinking, well, I'm gonna buy the books out of pocket. I'm gonna try to get them cheap at this place and that place and that. Nah, fuck that shit. Charge it to your student ID. Use your student ID like a credit card. Get everything that you need, student ID, and then they're gonna take that off of your bill and then give you the difference. Then when you get your refund, you can start doing all kind of stuff. So you want to pay attention to that. Now, car repair, you need your car running, so you need to put some money aside to keep your car running. You know, you got the old school caddy, so you want to make, or he look like Cadillac, he got a Toyota, you got old school Toyota, and you want to make sure Toyota is running optimum. So you want to schedule repairs with the mechanic shop is open, but you want to do it like a little bit at a time. Whatever's the worst thing that's about to make the car stop running, you want to fix that first, and then work your way up to the more expensive stuff, and that's going to keep you from not having a car to get to and from work and school, really. So we're gonna make sure that we keep you on top of that. Look, I'm coming over here reading comments from TikTok getting reckless already. Even though it's supposed to be 18 and up, we still got trolls that pop in. All right. A special shout out to OG Kicks. OG Kicks just jumped in on the YouTube side of things. But yeah, I can see how, you know, usually what we do is we prioritize the wrong things. And we want to look our best, but we don't like the clothes that we have. So instead of us finding the best outfits in our closet and just putting that on, we feel entitled to like go to the store and buy something new to us so that we can impress people with something that we've never had before, that they've never seen us in, but we're walking into a room full of people who's never seen us before. So if we go into our closet and we find something that we don't wear very often, we bought it for the purpose of wearing it, it's in better condition than some of the clothes that's our favorites, because our favorite clothes are going to be worn out and tattered from being washed on a regular basis. So what you do is you go get something that you don't wear very often, that you haven't been wearing very often, something in the back of at the bottom of your drawer somewhere that's still in really good condition, and then put that on. That's what you do. Make you an outfit out of that. You said when we had talked, I think it was like that got you a new pair of dress shoes. So you should have had a standard color pair of dress shoes like we had discussed on the show. So you should be able to go and find you a shirt and a pair of pants that matches those shoes, and you put on those brand new dress shoes with the probably like a polo shirt or something like that, some slacks. That's it, bro. That's all you need, and a belt. And just go out there and make it do what it do. All right. And off top, the first thing they're going to think, if you're dressed correctly, they're going to think that you're one of the teachers, right? Because you're 10 years older than them. So if if you're doing it right, they're going to think that you're one of the teachers. So you want to pay attention to that. But I would not, if I were you, waste money on buying new clothes for the first week of college, because that is not necessary. You can, after you get your refund, I would invest the money first, but you can, after you get your refund, take some of your refund money and get some outfits so that you can have some clothes throughout the season and going into the spring term. But I would take that money and I would go invest it. That's what I would do. Parking pass. Yeah, that's more important than buying clothes. Is that when I get my parking pass, I was asked if I was a teacher role student. Right. Exactly. See what I'm saying? So the clothes that you wear before you go on shopping right now, the clothes that you wearing is perfectly fine. Because if they think that you're a teacher, you are dressing with respect, you're dressing with dignity, and you're dressing with a level of class that is normal. And you don't need to go buy a whole new wardrobe to look like that. You should already have that in your closet based on your mentality, based on the way we've been talking over the last 6 or 7 months you've been coming to the show. You don't need to go buy new stuff. You just need to reorganize what you already got and just put on something that clearly they've never seen before, because this is a new university for you. You went from the community college to the 4-year institution. So they've never seen nothing in your closet. You just put on something that's got no holes, no stains, and rock that. That would do you justice. That would be better for you. Find something, no holes, no stains, no burn marks. You know, maybe put it in the dryer, get the wrinkles out of it, and then throw it on, get you a fresh cologne, go do what you got to do, right? Because the kids don't care who you are. The teachers don't care who you are. The people who are going to pay attention to you are the people who don't work at the school, who are looking for interns in whatever field that you are applied for. Those are going to be the ones who pay attention to you. And if you are dressed casual, at the very least, if you don't have a polo, you have a button-down shirt, you have dress pants or slacks, you know, khaki pants, something like that. Even if you're doing jeans and a polo shirt with some decent dress shoes, like Dress Casual Friday, as long as you put together like you could fit into an office building, that's all they're going to care about. And they're not going to care if you just bought them clothes today or if they've been sitting in your closet since high school. As long as it fit and it looks professional, that's all they're going to care about. When they're observing you from afar to see if you're professional and put together enough from a distance for them to assume that you got your shit together, and all you need to do is just grab something out your closet. You got to understand, when you're ready for this show, I got 3 big bags of clothes, 4 dressers of clothes. I've got drawers under the bed with clothes under the bed, and then a wall of closet, a walk-in closet full of shirts and everything hung up in the thing. And I just walk up there, just something, put it on. I just grab something to put it on. The ones that are my favorites are the ones that you see on the show more often than not. But I got plenty of ones that I haven't worn yet that I should wear that would look nice on the show. I just haven't put it on yet, you know. And with that thought process in mind, if I put on different shirts that I haven't worn yet, and I'm like, oh man, that shirt looks nice. Where'd you get it? Shit, it's been in my closet for like 2 years, bro. I just didn't put it on. And this is something that women do. So fellas, y'all need to take this into consideration. Women who have a lot of clothes rotate out their closet. Pay attention to this, because this is the key to looking fresh. Seasonal clothes are seasonal for a reason, because you have 9 months worth of clothes that you're going to wear. Then when the season is over, you take that 9 months worth of clothes and you vacuum seal it and all this other stuff, and you put it somewhere, like in the storage bins, in the back of the closet, you know, whatever. Then you take your next season's clothes out and take them out of the vacuum bags and hang them up, and they fresh to death because you iron and crease them and everything like that, and then stored them, and now you're about to rock them for the upcoming season. So what happens is that just like a Disney classic, they only show it for a limited time and then they put it back into a vault. Your wardrobe would only be exposed to certain people for a limited time, and then they will be put into the vault. Then you bring out a whole nother side of your wardrobe. So you would have 4 types of wardrobe that would be sectioned off for 4 seasons, and you would only have certain outfits worn certain times of the year. And the interesting part about that is that since it's been 9 months since the last time they seen that shirt, you can put that shirt back on and it'll look brand new. You don't got to buy a new wardrobe. You just got to cycle through the stuff that you usually don't wear. So if it's hot right now, you normally would wear certain summer stuff, but because it's hot right now, you're going to probably wear your summer outfits during the fall because it's hot. Then when the fall comes, when it gets cooler out, you're going to be putting back on some of those semi-long sleeve shirts and stuff like that. Then in the wintertime, in January, February, March, you're going to be dressing for the wintertime. So instead of wearing spring clothes, you're going to be wearing winter clothes. So you just rotate out your wardrobe like that. Then you don't kind of waste no money. Look, guys, we were about to talk about geopolitical trade, but I want you guys to understand that we talk about ways to make, save, and invest money. And this is one way to save money. Instead of wasting money on impressing other people, you want to be strategic about taking care of your finances and utilizing your finances to provide you with financial security. It's way more important to keep your car running than it is to look fresh for the next person they're not even gonna give you a ride when your car breaks down. So why are you trying to look good for strangers in a place where it's every stranger for themselves? I don't understand it, but it's something that we're conditioned sociologically to dress to impress. But the idea of dress to impress came from the magnitude of dressing good enough for the role that you want with your boss, so that you don't have to have a negative feedback from first look. So you don't want to go toe down from the flow down when you're walking into an office talking to CEO executives, right? But you're not going to CEO executives right now. Where you're going is to a college campus full of either return students who hate their lives and they want to change their lives, they're going to college, or kids who are going to college because their parents made them. You have very few kids that are going to college right now because they want to. So since they're going because they have to, right? They don't know why they're doing it. They're just doing it because they were told to, right? They don't have a future plan for after college. They just have this dream of this job that they have no blueprint on how to get there, and they think that college is going to tell them what to do to get there, and it's not. And they're going to figure that out like 6 years into college, and that's when they graduate and realize, shit, I just got me a general education degree and walked out. But I'm telling you, it's not about impressing them, bro. So save your money. Don't waste the money on the clothes. Charge the books to your student ID. That way you don't got to spend cash on it right now, unless it's not offered by your university. And very rarely will content be required for the first day of class that is not offered from the university. And if they do, they have a used bookstore down the street from the university somewhere that typically resells books that were only valuable for that one individual class. And you can go there and get it from that location after the semester starts, because drop ad week, the first week of school, they're not even really doing anything of relevance, because you're not even sure if you're going to stay in class for the following Monday. Now, the week after drop ad is when all the real stuff happens, and you need to have your books by then. But if the first week of school, it is going to be fundamentally 70% of the students, I don't have the course material yet because I didn't even know if I was going to be in this class. It's going to be what everybody's going to say. So your deadline to have the right books for your class is the second week of school, right a week or so before the refund. So you got plenty of time to grab your stuff. You don't need to rush and do everything right now, but you do need to start pacing yourself. However, one thing I'm going to tell you before we get back to the main topic is, Steven, you knew what your classes were 3 weeks ago, and you should have been getting those books 3 weeks ago. Because a university is open 365 days a year. You could get in the summer term the books that you need for your fall term as soon as you enroll in the class, especially if you don't plan on dropping out of that class. So the day that you signed up for the class, that was the day you were supposed to go get the books. So waiting until the day before or the weekend before school starts, that is bad planning. And that's going to be another reason why you have so many financial expectations bogged down into one short period of time, that is compelling you to hopefully just remove money from savings. But in a lot of times, it'll cause you to sell stocks, sell bonds, sell some stuff in your brokerage account, because the money is accessible to you. You're going to take the penalty because you want the money now. You don't need the money now. You want the money now. So you're going to accept the penalty so that you can buy the things you need to buy. And you're throwing away all the progress that you made with the money that was sitting there dedicated to a future after you got out of college. And that's why I segued on that. That's why I took the time out to segue on that, because that's important. Steve is one of my members in the membership, and I like to give you guys way more advice than I give everybody else, because you guys benefit from the membership. Now, let's go ahead and jump back into the main topic here, because we're talking about geopolitical chaos that turns shares into chaos, where we can start finding like gold mines in our investment opportunities. And then it's next Tuesday, we're going to be doing our dividend rotation strategy for September and October. So I want you guys to make sure that you pay attention to that. We're going to be talking about the watch list for the stocks and bonds that we're looking at, because we got about 54 of them going across the screen on the YouTube channel, YouTube and Twitch, which is why I tell you guys I want to get you guys integrated onto the main platform so that you can see all the stuff that we see. So I want you guys to understand that there's a whole lot more that Doc is missing out on, but I'm just trying to get the stream key. I can't yet. I gotta try, but I haven't put enough effort into getting the ad and then to respond. I got to find another way to get in touch with the admin because the message board that they have right there is non-responsive at this moment. Maybe because I should have been whitelisted by now. Maybe I can reach back out to TikTok's customer support to see if I can get a stream key from them. But we're still working on that. Now, about these geopolitical trades, for decades, investors have been taught to fear uncertainty. Like when things start going awry, investors believe, oh my God, I got to do something about my money. Well, what if that is the wrong way to look at things? What if instead of random noise, geopolitical chaos was a machine? A machine, the blueprint, a machine that operates on a somewhat predictable set of rules, which would be macro level changes and transactions that you can predict as well as pivot around. Just like when we know that our October months normally have a shutdown every year, we know that if they kick the football down the road a little bit, that in January we'll see a shutdown later on in the year. When we know these things, we can plan for that. Not only with our own personal budgets, we can plan for that with our investment opportunities. If you have a stock that would be negatively impacted by the shutdown and you sold some of that stock right before the shutdown, I would say 2 or 3 days before the shutdown, when it's at its peak, after its ex-dividend date, but before the shutdown, then when the shutdown occurs, like 48 hours after the shutdown happens, when everything starts going down, you buy it back in. You can experience a change in your income because the market dips when the shutdown happens. And if you were, say, high and you sold high and the market dips and then you buy down here, the market will bounce back after the shutdown is over, and then you will see another surplus, which you can either get rid of and put it in your pocket as a second profit, or you can hold it until the next shutdown, whichever you want to do. But that's how people start looking at chaos and they start trying to time the market. And I tell you guys, you don't want to time the market because if you time it wrong, you can fail, right? So today we're going to open up the machine. We're going to look at the inner workings and we're going to break down 3 hidden channels that drives most market stocks and give you guys the information on the things that can and probably would shock you when geopolitical trade is involved. We're going to be revealing a blueprint for how the financial world really works during a crisis. And this isn't about predicting the next conflict because we're already dealing with what's going on with Iran and you know, I don't know how long that's going to be over. And it's interesting with that one. We had a side topic on TikTok where gentleman was trying to explain to a lady about how men have obligations that are unconditional and women don't have obligations the way men do, and how women have more privileges than what they realize. And in that subtopic, because he mentioned that men get drafted and women don't, and I mentioned in that comment, I'm like, you know, I just covered it on my podcast that they just made the mandatory enlistment happen starting actually technically it's supposed to start in December, but it's going to be in full effect in January 2026. So it goes into effect where it is authorized and expected to start happening in December 2026, but January of 2027, it will be a regular occurrence. Everybody who turns 18, everybody who is not yet 26 will be getting enlisted for active duty services, where the thing is, and I'm like, yo, bro, like everybody's qualifiable for, everybody is right now that's under the age of 20 is qualifiable for a draft right now. And dude was debating like we haven't had a draft since the first war and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But what you have to understand is that after World War I, before now, it was treated as optional, even though in the law books it was mandatory. So most of us didn't know that because the military used it as a morale booster to make it identified as like a voluntary enrollment situation, right? So enlist if you want to, right? But it was a million Americans, well, several hundred million Americans, because almost nobody enlisted, right? enlisted voluntarily, right? So then they started with the GI Bill and all of this other stuff where broke people would enlist because they needed money for college and stuff to that effect. People who wanted to turn their lives around after catastrophic failure enlist, run away from their bad decisions and their current lifestyle, and that would be the people that would be in the military, right? But truth is that everybody was supposed to enlist. Now, the thing is, the people who enlist don't necessarily go to active duty by default. But if you enlist, you are going to be one of the first people chosen for active duty by default. And in the discussion, the person was trying to make it seem like, well, you know, because we were talking about the discussion was revolving around equality, requiring the right to fight for our right to vote versus the privilege of having the right to vote without having the requirement to fight for that right, being an off-balance scenario. And the counter argument was, well, it's optional for you to go to get enlisted and go to war. And I was like, no, it's not. It's not. Right now, Iran is still in conflict with America, and if Iran is still in conflict with America in February, in March, and April of 2027, everybody from 18 to 26 could get their number called so that they can start going to their local boot camp station, so that they can spend 3 to 9 months in camp, so that they can get shipped off under the observation that we might still be with Iran in June, July, and August of 2027. So just because we're finishing Q3, or not finishing, but getting into the middle of Q3 of 2026, and we're still in conflict from a scrimmage that happened in Q1 of 2026, it is possible that in Q1 of 2026 that we will be pulling our 18 to 26-year-olds into boot camp and active training to prepare to restock our supply of soldiers that were lost in battle. And it's a concern. It's a concern because it's our friends and family, but it's also financially, it's a concern for real estate investment trusts. It's a concern for businesses that had good workers that are now going overseas, and now we're stuck with the bad workers. It's a concern for services that used to have certain manpower operating it, and some of those manpower get called up. So a lot of things get impacted when they start calling people up to draft. So one of the reasons why I talked about that as a side topic is geopolitical conflicts do more than just turning up evil on your money. It causes disarray in a lot of different places, right? Now, that's why we're not here to predict the next conflict. We're not a red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast. We're not a left wing, white wing, or in the middle wing. This isn't a political channel. We talk about how the things that happens in this world and the things that happens around you in your society directly or indirectly impacts your ability to make money, save money, invest money, right? It interferes with your ability to make money because it's taking money out of extra money out of your paycheck. It's compromising your ability to go to work every day. It's taking money out of your ability to save because it's costing you more money that you wasn't planning on spending to buy certain things that you need or at least want. It's interfering with your ability to invest money because the things that you normally would invest in is not priced the way you want it to price. It's not producing the way you want it to produce, or you don't have enough money to invest because you're paying for things that you otherwise wasn't planning on paying for. Right? And we're talking to you guys on a regular basis about why the changes in our society, the changes is happening the way it's happening. And what can we do about some of these things, right? That's why I want you guys to understand this is probably one of the most beneficial podcasts that you guys will ever get on, because this isn't a wishful thinking, motivational speaking podcast. It's like, look, guys, anybody here that's 25 to 75 that does not like the way their money is going, you even say it in the comments. If you doom scrolling on social media, you clearly are not enjoying life right now. And there's something about life that sucks that you would like to change and you don't have a solution for it. And until you get the courage to tell it to me in the comment section, where I can kind of give you guys different ways to go about doing it, you can listen to some of the things that we got going on, where I can tell you guys, hey, this is happening, that's happening. And as a result, you can put effort into pivoting, changing, and readdressing certain things that will benefit your ability to be successful going forward, because not every change is instantaneous. A geopolitical trade can be a trickle-down effect from something that's happening in Asia to something that's going to cost you money in September, from something that's happening in special shot to Belarus or Bangladesh to something that puts extra money in your pocket in October. It could be trickle-down effect when we start talking about geopolitical trades. So you guys got to pay attention to more of what's going on around you and more of what's going on with the things that will impact your money, so that you guys actually can pivot and change. It's like, take, for example, real quick side notes. Y'all buy hair, nails, and other accessories that come from other countries like Bangladesh, Belarus, India, and y'all are not paying attention to how America is trading with these companies and adding tariffs to these companies, which is going to make your hair products cost more money. You go down to Stanley's and be like, why the hell is this shit extra $5 or $7? You think that the local store is charging you extra money. No, the local store is offset its cost onto the customer because the shipper offset their cost onto the retail store, where the manufacturer had the tariff price fixed into its cost so that they would keep making their money. And that tariff price was something that we just talked about a few weeks ago that Donald Trump just did to raise the tariffs from 10% to 12.5%. And had you known that, you would have known that your hair products would be an extra 5% more when you go to the store to buy. And 5% more don't seem like a lot, but when you're spending $300 on Brazilian weed, 5% is a lot of money. Right? Because you know, when you spend $600 on Brazilian weed, that could be an extra $30 plus taxes on your Brazilian weed. And fellas, y'all need to be paying attention to that too, because for y'all who got girlfriends, y'all be paying a pink tax. If she's spending an extra $600 on her Brazilian weed, you're spending an extra $750 on her Brazilian weed, because you're gonna have to pay somebody to put it in. I just want you to know, cause and effect. Now, you got to recognize that it's not just the political conflicts, and we're not going to be trying to predict those. It's going to be about understanding the engine that conflict turns on. What gets triggered by geopolitical conflict, so that the world looks like it is falling apart. When it looks like hellfire and brimstone, you see not just the risk, but the underlying structures of opportunity. Because in every chaotic situation, every I can't believe that bullshit happened scenario, there is a prophet somewhere. There is a prophet somewhere. Take, for example, the police officer that got maced. We had that conversation back in the cut. And a lot of people are like, oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. Lady did not get charged for that, right? The police officer wanted her to catch a charge for it. The state prosecutor and the judge was like, no. Okay. I'm like, bro, the reason why that happened is self-defense. But in that chaotic scenario, what just became popular? Freaking riot spray. Because while most people can put their hands on a police officer and catch a charge, you mace that mug from across the room and got a self-defense plea. In that interaction, a lot more people were thinking, I need to go buy me some mace. So what will end up happening? A lot of self-defense places, a lot of military places that sells self-defense equipment, gun stores and other such places that sells non-lethal equipment. People are going to start looking into mace and pepper spray and other forms of non-lethal situations, because while the reasonable force of self-defense was accepted because it was pepper spray across a long distance with a police officer, had it been a gunshot with a police officer, it would have been attempted murder on a police officer, which would have been an unnecessary quantity of force versus even if it was an armed individual, where they could not justify the action. And that's the difference between self-defense and a actual crime. So being able to say, oh, well, instead of me packing my, Glock 22 Australia or the Glock 19 Australia or whatever, I can actually have the Glock on one side and the pepper spray on the other side. And when the time comes, I can hit them with the pepper spray instead of hitting them with the Glock switch and potentially get a self-defense case instead of getting a worse charge, right? Those types of decisions, along with some of the laws that just changed about not having to register certain ATF level equipment that's no longer ATF level equipment because of the tax stamp being reduced to zero, is the kind of stuff that would cause companies that are in that industry to start having an increase in sales just by simply seeing something like that happen on the news, and it goes worldwide, right? So you got to pay attention to the fact that the market, in order for you to understand why the market is going to move so violently during any kind of crisis, big or small, you have to stop thinking about the headlines themselves and start thinking about the plumbing, right? You got to start thinking about the plumbing. The entire value of any company, any stock, and any asset in the world is going to come down to two things: how much cash it's expected to generate in the future and how much that future cash is going to be worth to you today, right? So when you're paying attention to what's going on and why it's going on, you have to be understanding, how does that benefit you? I told you guys before, hey, if we had like 70% of Americans thinking like I was thinking, I would have put my bet on the $1.3 million for descendants of slavery, because I would have got that money. The majority of individuals put it towards something else, and we had 70% of Americans that voted against the money. We didn't get it. It doesn't matter how the country would have turned out. What matters is that those of us that qualified and those of us who would have been descendants of those that qualified, we would have all changed our lives forever, or just had one really good party year. Either way, if a candidate came back up and said, hey, I'm going to do it too, I would vote for that person too, because certain things benefit you directly. And those are the things that you're supposed to be paying attention to, right? Now, geopolitical events do not just spook investors. They can systematically attack these two pillars, three distinct powerful channels, where it's not gonna be like a direct punch on the bottom line of a company. It's gonna be like a snowball effect. For example, when we talked about earlier this year how what's going on in Iran would cause prices in China to go up because the cost of oil would be more, which means the cost of manufacturing a part would be more, which means the cost to ship it would also be more. And that's going to mean that we're going to be paying for the increased cost of manufacturing and the increased cost of shipping when that product from China gets to America. But when you think, oh, well, everything is happening over there in Iran and everything's going to affect just China, blah, 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 blah. But no, guess what? Europe, Germany, Spain, everybody is buying oil, and the oil costs more money, right? So everybody who ships a product to America, they're paying more money for the oil, period, which is going to increase manufacturing worldwide. Then they're paying for the shipping on the boats, which is going to cost money on the oil, right, for the boats to get it to America. Then everybody is still having this unfavorable tariff on them that is offset on the customer, which means that American people are going to pay more money for import. And we've already covered on the show how the local economy, who otherwise was supposed to be competitive and have cheaper prices to encourage Americans to buy American instead of buying import, instead match price. Because if there's going to be a 2.5% increase because of tariffs, that means that the imported competitor is mandatorily going to be higher by probably 5 or 10%, which means that the local American-made product can now by default match that price and say, well, if your item that used to be $15 is now going to be $30, I'm going to start selling my product that used to be $5 now at $29, and still be cheaper than you, but be more expensive than necessary because you've got to pay through the nose, right? And that's a trickle down effect because two different leaders did not agree to a strip of water on the other side of the world. So when we start talking about this stuff, then like when we talked about the pharmaceuticals, when we talked about the contract that Donald Trump had with other companies, other countries about pharmaceuticals, then after that contract, we talk about how the pharmaceutical companies had differences in their discount premiums, which modifies certain medications that used to be accepted under local insurances that are now not being accepted under local insurances. And right after I covered that show, Stephen, Sterling showed up talking about how he couldn't pay for his Ozempic. And I didn't think about it until just now, but that was a byproduct of products like that no longer being favored by the insurance company because of the change in the discounts that were being offered so that the medications could become more competitively distributed. So it was a snowball effect from something that happened overseas to something that happened in America to something that happens to a company that you do business with to something that negatively impacts you. And we're watching it on the show in real time, how snowball effects from something I talked about that not a lot of people gave two shits about. And then we're like piecing it all together, like, holy shit, this guy's got the scoop and skinny. Yes, because I'm paying attention to how life is impacting our money, right? If y'all give a shit about y'all money, y'all should be here every day of the week. Now, the first thing we need to talk about is going to be the most obvious. It's going to be the trade and supply chain channels, right? And make sure that y'all like and subscribe and mash those reaction buttons while you're here. Show love for the show because the information that I'm giving you guys on a daily basis is golden information. And this is literally the only multi-platform podcast that I can see anywhere that is solely designed to improve the way you do you by providing you with common knowledge, public knowledge that you weren't aware of that directly or indirectly impacts your money. Most of the podcasts that you guys will see is always going to be a conflictual podcast that's going to be left field, right field. It's going to be gender inequalities. It's just going to be complaining about how life sucks. And I'm giving you forward-thinking discussions that's going to aid you guys in your ability to be successful going forward. And a lot of the information that I give you today is either a groundbreaking information that you can do research on so that you can then make decisions, or information that you can just take and act on. And then we got follow-up information in the membership on the YouTube channel. Now, supply chains. This is going to be the physical world intruding on the financial world. When a war breaks out somewhere, sanctions are imposed anywhere, or a critical shipping line is blocked, just like with the Strait of Hormuz got blocked, right? It's not just a news story. It's late breaking news for Fox and NBC and CNN and stuff. But truthfully, it is a physical barrier to commerce. Suddenly, a tanker carrying oil might have to reroute around a continent, adding weeks and millions of dollars in cost. A factory making advanced microchips might lose access to a specific purified gas that only comes from a new conflict zone, grinding its production to a halt, right? Farmers in a breadbasket region may see their harvest tapped or trapped in the port. It might be tapped into, but they may see their harvest stuck at the port, which is not what you would expect, right? They're unable to reach the global market. These aren't abstract economic concepts, okay? They are direct hits to corporate profits and loss statements, okay? So for some companies, this is devastating. An airline forced to cancel its most profitable international routes sees its revenue evaporate overnight. And that's going to be like, for example, right now we've got conflict in Iran. So if you were trying to take a red eye from, say, Florida to, say, China and you had to fly over the battle zone, not happening anymore, right? You'd have to take the long way, right? And I was just using that as a hypothetical because I don't even know if we have any planes that go that far as a commercial airline because I've never researched that. But I was just saying hypothetically, if that were the case, that would be the negative impact. Instead, you would have to fly to a different continent, like maybe Spain or Germany or something like that, and then fly to China from somewhere else, where you're not able to go directly to where you wanted to go. And everybody who flies in America and does the connector flight situation understands that the direct flight is way shorter of a trip than the connector flight when you're doing a freaking L shape, or if you're doing an oval shape where you have like 3 flights to get to where you got to go. The direct flight that costs more money to go from point A to B takes way less time than the indirect flight that has a point A, point B, point C, point D kind of situation. And when you have to fly around a conflict, that hurts those airlines that charges the premium for the convenience of the direct flight. Take a car manufacturer that can't get the $10 part, sees its multi-billion-dollar assembly line sit idle because certain pieces, like for example, the locking mechanism for the car door. Car's not safe until you get the locking mechanism. You can't, the whole car could be missing one Lego piece and it can't go out on the road, which means that the whole assembly line has to stop until those pieces come in, right? Their costs are going to remain regardless of what the conflict is in another country, but their sales will plummet, right? They're still, and most businesses do this when they spend money to build stuff. They're going to be building. They're going to be spending money to make things, but they're not going to be making a profit. Steven said, I've never been on a plane and don't plan on it anytime soon. Well, Steven, you have been, look, I spent like 30 something years of my life before I got on a plane. But when I started traveling back and forth across America, I found myself more conveniently flying the 4-hour one-way trip instead of driving the 36-hour one-way drive. Which even if I could have gotten that drive in 15 hours, it is more complicated to drive from point A to point B, taking a day to a day and a half to get there, simply because I don't have the confidence and courage to jump on a plane. At the end of the day, if whatever I'm planning on doing is, and I live my whole life where all of my appointments are set midday, and that's beneficial to me, because if I got to catch a flight, I'm going to catch the first flight out. I should touch down before lunch. I should meet you after lunch, and then I should catch the last flight out and go back to where I came from. Now, that, yes, means that I'm going to be up for 24 hours because I'm going to be first thing in the morning, going to the airport before the crack of dawn. I'm going to be flying out. I'm going to be 4 hours on a plane. I'm going to be 4 hours in your city. Then I'm going to be 4 hours on a plane. Then I'm going to be driving back to my house. And I've already mapped out 12 hours of just doing stuff that needs to be done. But then I got to get back to where I came from, you know, and it is an inconvenience. But I can get on a plane with just the clothes on my back. I don't have to pack luggage. I can just go with the clothes on my back. Now, let's say that you want to go and you're going to spend 3 days somewhere. You need the outfit that you're wearing today and 2 outfits. That's it. 1 carry-on. That's it. I know women got to bring like 30 outfits just in case. But look, bro, 1 suit, 1 non-suit, and whatever you're wearing right now. And you can interchange them 3 outfits for the rest of the weekend. Fly out, do what you got to do, and fly back. As it stands right now, you do not have value in flying because you have not had a scenario that is further to travel to than your car can get to in a reasonable period of time. You were talking about going to Canada as a road trip for a vacation. But if you had to go to Canada for a specific duty-based purpose, and you had to be in person in class a few hours later or a couple days later, where the drive time there, and the drive time back would be too inconvenient to the magnitude where you would not be able to do it. You would find a fly. You would fly there, accomplish that goal, and fly back so that you can be in class in person. A lot of people, a lot of you and I, we come from before the internet, so we are more old school than most people. We are familiar with doing things in person. It pisses me off to high heaven that I have to call you and ask you for permission to come and knock on your door and see if you're home. But that has become the new culture. Back when we were young, we used to be able to, if we wanted to go and talk to our friends, our friends, whoever they were people where we reasonably knew their schedule. So if they were at work, we knew what their schedule was. We knew which days out of the week they worked. We knew whether they worked in the morning or the afternoon. We might not know exactly which hour they clock in, but if we know that they're supposed to be off at 5 o'clock and we show up at the house at 6, notice what I said. We showed up at the house at 6. We didn't call them or shoot them a text message and say, hey, are you still at work? Right? We actually go directly to the house and knock on the door, and if they answer, they answer. If they got a car, we see their car in the yard, we know they're home, then we knock on the door. Oh, hold on, we got a couple comments over here. Let me see what's going on. I gotta pay attention to TikTok too. Let's see. Oh, okay, so we got oh, I had to scroll back, y'all. So, yo, V, how you doing, V? So Rick, kid slang, calling folks unk. The sir is how you would address me, or just leave off the unk. Because in my generation, unc would be abbreviated for uncle, and uncle is for somebody that's actually related to you. That would be your daddy's brother, and I'm not your daddy's brother. I know that's new age slang, but when you carry yourself with professionalism, you don't just throw out unc in a conversation. He said, we got a 9 to 5 tomorrow, lock in. Okay, I appreciate it. Guy says, you look good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who are we talking, bro? You're on TikTok, and I've got YouTube and Twitch over here on the other side. So we've got a lot of people that we're talking to on multiple platforms, which is why I told you guys that some of the connection that we have on a YouTube side of things is a little bit flexible, because we're live streaming across multiple platforms at the same time. And we were trying to get the stream key to integrate everybody so that y'all could see each other's comments on the comment section, because I put comments up on the screen on the main platform, but you guys haven't been integrated in yet. Maybe y'all should start telling TikTok to slide me that stream key. My fault. Okay, so let's drop that. Let's drop that. Lock it in. Lock it in. What do you? Okay, so what I do is I give you guys knowledge and information about how to make, save, and invest money. I invest and I teach people about investing. On top of that, I teach a lot of other things as well, and that's what we're focusing on today. So let me go ahead and see what's going on with Steven's comment. Steven said, Canada never happened. I know it didn't. I had to cancel that until next year. I know, because I was telling you that the plan that you had was not reasonable. And I had told you at that time, I was like, nah, you probably should postpone it until you can live the life of luxury over there, because no trip should you be planning to rough it. And reason being is because no matter how much you think you can handle the struggle, if it is supposed to be a vacation or a leisure experience, it is supposed to be a stress-free experience. And there's no reason why you should plan a trip that includes the mandatory requirement to suffer. So I expected you to cancel that trip because you learn and you improve. Is that I used to pop up on my family, on my friends like that until the last few years when I went to third shift and started working on myself. All that hanging out stopped. Right. But you stop popping up on your friends because you don't have the time. You didn't stop popping up on your friends because you feel like I gotta send them a text message and ask them for permission to come over, or I gotta call them on the phone and ask them for permission to come over.
And I actually, like 10 years ago, um, I had a friend of mine that will college mate or whatever, and I was going over to her house, and she was, oh, you gotta call me and say, bro, I went over to your house, you wasn't home, me and your mom had a long talk, we had some coffee and stuff like that, and I went on and did what I had to do. I should not have to call you and be like, hey, is it okay if I come over? At the end of the day, when we was growing up, we used to knock on the door, can my friend come out and play? As adults, we should be able to go over there and knock on the door. This social distancing is fucking ridiculous. But it is only that way because truthfully, we have to put on a facade for society. So we don't want the people that we're trying to impress to know how we function in our personal lives. So we don't want them to come over without an invitation because we're not ready for them to see who we really are. If we know you're coming, we get to clean up, straighten up, and get ourselves together so that when that person comes through the door, they can see the version of us that we want them to see. That's why we have put that barrier between random pop-ups from the people that we value the most versus knowing that they're coming through. Like right now, I'm sitting here, I got all my doors open, I got fans blowing. Somebody that I know in my neighborhood could potentially slide through and walk right on in and almost catch a bullet, but they can walk right on in because they'll sit wide open and they can hear my voice on this podcast. But if they know me, they know I'm on a podcast. So if they know me and they know that they're not going to interrupt this podcast, they would probably wait until the podcast was over. They might come in, grab a chair, sit down behind the camera and not say nothing. They might come from over this way and wave at me silently and point at the chair over there, and I flag them in off the camera, and they come and sit down next and just chill next to the show. And then if I start talking about how to hear and put them up on the show, they'll jump on the other camera, and then you'll see an extra person here because they have enough respect to not make noise without me telling them that they're queued up. But at the same time, they just show up unannounced. They have the value to show up unannounced because if you're welcome, it's an open invitation. It's not, contingent. But that's the issue that we have, is that we're trying to change the way people see us from the way we really are. So what we're going to do is we're going to put ourselves in a position to say, well, if you ask me first, then I'll tell you it's okay. And if you just show up, especially with women, they're going to say it's creepy. Look, it ain't about that. Steven says, I quit partying. I couldn't be that guy in his 30s, still hanging out on the front porch, living like I was in my 20s, passing blunts and doing nothing in life like most of my friends still do. Right, but you're going to college now. You're in a 4-year institution, so you're going to go back to partying. It's just going to be frat parties. You might not smoke blunts no more, but you're probably going to take the occasional mixed drink where you don't know what's in it from somebody that you don't know because, woo, frat party. Woo, sorority girls. And well, my point about that particular side topic was the fact that society has changed and we don't just show up anymore. We have to contact people and get consent to show up, and it's a shift, right? And it's just something that we kind of just changed. Our culture has kind of changed, and just like that, that was a side topic of how the costs and expenses and everything like that changes in our society when something happens overseas. So back to the main topic. One of the other things that also happens though, when prices change and trade routes change, other companies that are not negatively impacted by this could see the same disruption where supply chains are not going the way they used to go, costs are happening rapidly. The other companies can see a windfall. For example, like shipping companies, which is why I told you guys about DHT Holdings and International Seaway. Those are stocks that are shipping companies. One of them's oil tankers, one of them's international shipping. It also includes oil tankers. Zim stock is a shipping company, but they're more on the commerce side of things. But those are 3 different shipping companies where when costs go up, the shipping companies make more money, which means the shareholders make more money, right? But those shipping companies are going to end up charging higher prices for the longer trips, safer routes, and they're going to see their profits explode. Like one of the shipping companies last month had gotten blown up by Iran, and that's going to deter people from traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, which is going to have a larger quantity of people charging higher premiums on insurance for the shipping companies, which insurance companies for tankers is a profitable business to be in right now if you're investing in that. But any shipping company that is impacted by what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be ones that you're going to see stock prices going up on, share values are going up on, right? So buying into it gives you a lot of to do as far as your profits explode. The oil producers in a non-sanctioned country now sells its products at a much higher global price because there's no bans restricting them from doing it. The same event that destroys one business model can create a golden age for another. Now, this isn't a random scenario. It's a direct mechanical rewriting of who earns what, where. Now, the supply chain is going to be a web and a geopolitical event that doesn't just shake the web. It cuts some strands and reinforces others. So the second and far more subtle, this is going to be really the part that you guys need to really pay attention to. The financial and capital flow of the channel. Not my channel, the trade channel. This is going to be where fear gets a price tag. In normal times, investors demand a certain level of return to compensate them for the risk of owning an asset. And this is going to be called the risk premium. Now, when geopolitical tension escalates, that premium can skyrocket. You want to think of it like this. Would you demand a higher interest rate to lend money to someone in a perfectly stable country or to someone in a country on the brink of war? The answer is obvious. And markets do the same thing on a global scale. When a crisis hits, investors don't just get nervous, they actively reprice risk across the entire world. The data shows this type of result clearly. After a major geopolitical event, sovereign risk premiums, the extra yield governments have paid to borrow, can jump significantly. That's the sovereign risk premiums. They're going to jump, particularly in emerging markets, which can face disproportionately higher costs. And we have like, what do they call that? Eco camping, where they're making luxury resorts in the middle of the woods, and you got spas and massages and all of this other bullshit in the middle of the woods. And you call that camping? That's not camping. That's going to a goddamn retreat in the middle of the dang woods. But you're gonna call it eco camping, right? Right. You got eco medicine, where they got traveling concierge doctors. I told y'all that's a good field to get in. You go to school and get you a medical degree, and you're gonna have to register it internationally some kind of way. But you can travel and take care of folks in different countries around the world and have you a bigger clientele. You gotta charge them the cost to get there in addition to the cost to get it done. But there's a lot of different things that's coming out right now. And then when we got stuff like in green energy, we don't just have the ideology of wind and water and fossil fuels and electricity. They're also doing what was the one that we were talking about the other day? It was a natural gas, hydrogen fuels, and another one that I can't remember. We talked about plastic fuel too, where they're creating alternative fuel sources in certain countries where they're repackaging fuel to ship to other countries that is not fossil fuels and it's not electricity, where countries can at premium have a renewable resource that is more effective not necessarily more efficient, but more effective to acquire when oil is not readily accessible. So these are newer emerging markets. Now, this is going to trigger a massive global movement of money, often called the flight to quality. Capital is pulled from regions perceived as high risk and desperately seeks a safe harbor. So where do you think it goes? Well, it often floods into assets considered safe. And they're going to coincide that to some of the safest places on earth, like the U.S. Treasury bond. And why do you think the U.S. Treasury bond is the safest place? It's because America always owes somebody something, and they always pay back their debts eventually. But you're going to see U.S. Treasury bonds, gold, and traditionally currencies like the Japanese yen and Swiss franc. Now, I know somebody was asking me a wild question, I think either last week or the week before, asking me about the United States bailing out Japan's yen. And I'm like, bro, I didn't ever hear about that. But usually when a currency is unstable, we only have, from what I remember, 3 to maybe 5 major currencies around the world. And if one currency falls off, it throws a whole market out of the window, right? And just like when we did the bailout for the euro. So if the United States did a bailout for the yen, it was because if that currency goes under, all trade in that area would go under, and that would negatively impact our ability to do business too. He said the yen is losing value. In comparison to what? He said, I want to go to Japan and flex my American dollar. Well, so the funny part about it is that if you go to Japan, with the generations of passport bros that go to Japan, and they do that for the same reason, to flex their American dollar, you will potentially be caught in the tourist traps where you're going to be paying American prices for a non-American experience. And while Japan is affordable, you can find a whole standard of living for less than $800 a month if you are living in rural areas. The fact is that if you were to bump down in some places in Japan that are expat friendly, you will find yourself potentially paying $2,000, $3,000 a month to stay there. So when you grab your itinerary and you plan your flight, thinking, oh, I can go to Japan with just $1,000. Then when you get there and you find that some places might require you to put a significant quantity of money down to rent for the month or whatever, now you're looking at the cost of staying there might be 3 times more or 4 times more than the money you brought. And now you got to try to find a way to offset that or cut your trip short. So while yes, dollar for yen, there is going to be probably more yen in your bank account than US dollars. The difference between you going there with, say, $100 and having like 10,000 yen versus paying like 3,000 yen for a drink. It still starts coming out to being about the same thing, right? Because if it was $3 out of 100 and it's 3,000 out of 10,000, it's still the same thing. The ratio is different. It looks like a lot more money, but cost to cost, it's still the same. The percentage difference between what you have versus what you have to pay is still the same. Like, for example, you can go to Japan and you can spend a few million won, which is equivalent to a few $100,000 on a house. Well, shit, you can go and find some houses that have no dollar value to it and go get something for $0 and just pay the $800 property taxes. But you can also go and buy something not brand new, but fully renovated that is put back up for sale that is ironically yen to dollar sold for like 275,000 US dollars. You can go over there and get you a Honda Accord for 19,000 US dollars, brand new Honda Accord. And it's, from what I understand, made there, right? So, you know, it's not like you're going to go to Japan and flex your US dollars and get you a $25,000 Honda Accord for $5,000. It's not going to happen. The inflated cost that you spend for it in America is going to be the cost of shipping. The base MSRP is what they would have charged you from the manufacturer in its home country. But see, so the yen losing. So here's the thing, though. When you said the yen is losing value, and I asked you in comparison to what, is it losing value in comparison to the United States dollar, or is the United States dollar gaining value based on the difference in how the country is handling its currency at this time? Because if more debts are being paid off, if the deficit is going down, if the US dollar is gaining more value, yen, you might have more yen for $1 because American value went up, moreover, than the yen going down. But every country's monetary value, the currency value, is going to fluctuate. And while the dollar might go up at the same time that the yen might go down, I have not heard any information about the yen being in jeopardy and requiring a bailout. But what I will do, though, is because tomorrow is Wednesday and we talk about different countries around the world, I will today look into if, in fact, the yen has become unstable to the magnitude of requiring a bailout within the last 90 days, or 90 days to 6 months. And then I'll be able to mention it in tomorrow's show so that you guys know about it, what the change was, if there was any. But if it just dipped a little bit, it's gonna dip a little bit. Everything going on in Asia is gonna dip a little bit because they're right next to India, and they're right next to Iran, and they're right next to the conflict. And with all of the conflict that's going on, they're hurting for resources because they're next to all of the explosions. So you would expect, because of geopolitical conflict, that their GDP would diminish a little bit, that their profits and losses would be offset a little bit, their currency would be modified by it because their trade practices would be heavily impacted by their neighbor being at war with the United States. That's just a byproduct of war. The euro might not be directly impacted, but they depend on the oil that comes from the Middle East as well. So their currency is going to be negatively impacted as well. The United States is going to probably benefit from what's going on over there, and that might raise the value of the United States dollar, but it's not like any one currency is so diminished that it is at risk of becoming obsolete. That's the discussion that we had back a week or so ago, is that somebody was like, oh yeah, the United States bailed out the yen. I don't know about that. Maybe the United States paid back some of the debts, but I don't know if the yen was ever in jeopardy. But anybody who knows about it, y'all can always comment on it, let me know. Now, when people start investing in safer money, like treasury bonds, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, stuff like this, this creates a brutal dichotomy. The markets of the countries at the center of the storm can experience a severe downturn as the capital flees. Their currencies can devalue, which is what we were just talking about, and their stock markets can plummet. Simultaneously, assets in safe haven countries can get big bump ups to extreme valuations, not because their fundamentals have improved, but simply because they are perceived as the safest place to be. So this isn't just investors being emotional, it's often a calculated response to a fundamental change in the price of risk. Banks see this as well, and they may tighten lending standards for any company or sector exposed to the crisis, creating a credit crunch that suffocates already struggling businesses. Now, the third channel is going to be the most direct of all, and that's going to be the policy and regulatory channels. This is going to be where governments stop being observers and become active players in the game. In response to a geopolitical event, governments don't just issue statements, they deploy a powerful arsenal of economic weapons. They enact sanctions that can instantly cut a multi-billion-dollar company off from its biggest market. They impose export bans that starve an entire industry of critical technology. Take what happened earlier in 2025. When the shutdown was supposed, not the shutdown, the early 2025 when TikTok was being shut down. And the way the executive order was put in place was that at that time, until Donald Trump had reinstated everything, any company that provided TikTok on its Play Store or Apple Store, whatever the case may be, could receive millions and billions of dollars of sanctions. And China could receive millions and billions of dollars of sanctions for broadcasting it into the United States. The fear of being charged by the United States to function when the majority of their profits came from the United States caused people to comply with the demand, don't use, air, or promote this particular product or else. And what happened? For 24 hours, TikTok, you couldn't even log in if you were in America, not without a VPN. Which 170 million users, the largest portion of the platform, were shut out of the platform for 24 hours. Which, while it was short-lived for us, it was billions of dollars lost in 24 hours. Just simply because of a sanction, right? They passed massive subsidy packages to bolster their own defense, energy, or infrastructure sectors, and they can pressure their central banks to change interest rates or provide emergency liquidity. And emergency liquidity means that they're going to force anything that's holding to be sold. Sell off the debt, call in the loan, stuff to that effect, to compel compliance, right? And unlike the other two channels, which are emergent properties of the market, this channel is explicitly targeted. Oh, we see Drake now. For those of you that want to jump into the show, one of the things that, because we've experienced a lot of y'all that are jumping on from TikTok that are just clowning. So if you're really interested in being involved in the show, I have no problem bringing you guys up, but I'd like to see you guys to be positively involved in the comment section first before I bring you to the show, because we would like to have any of your comments and rebuttals to be appropriately structured for appropriate discussion. So if you're just tapping in to do one of those like TikTok battles or something like that effect, that's not how we roll. We're not here for leisure. We're here to provide knowledge and information for those who want it. So for anybody who does want to come up onto the show, put your positive feedback into the comment section. I as you've seen, I have read off the majority of the appropriate comments that are structured. And if I recognize your involvement in the show as a positive involvement, then you will see yourself able to come onto the show and add your 2 cents in live in real time. Because this is a live podcast. This isn't just some guy hanging out talking to you guys for the sake of talking to you guys. Which I know that that's not how TikTok normally runs. So for those of you that's like, man, shoot, there's no way to do it. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you guys. We've been doing this for several years. We're just really trying to get TikTok involved. Now, the government can essentially point its fingers to anybody and say, well, you win and you lose, right? Selecting who wins and who loses. When a nation dramatically increases its defense budget in response to a new threat, it's no accident that the stock prices of the defense contractors are going to soar. And that's going to be a direct transfer of taxpayer money to corporate balance sheets. Just like when Donald Trump said, "Oh, stop buying what was it? Stop buying paper, start buying plastic." Soon as Donald Trump says stop buying paper products, start buying plastic, and he was talking about straws, the plastic company within 6 months started. The next time the feds started re-upping their supplies, instead of them re-upping paper products, they re-upped plastic products. When a country imposes tariffs on foreign steel, we feel it. It's going to be deliberately trying to help the domestic steel producers. They're going to charge more, so the domestic producers are going to charge more as well. But it's often at the expense of its construction companies, which now is going to face higher costs across the board. So these three channels, the trade, the capital, and the policies, do not operate in isolation. They are three-headed dragons that attack the very foundation of asset valuation. And the trade channel alters the future cash flow part of the equation by changing revenues and costs, where the final channel alters the discount rate part of the equation by changing the risk premiums investors demand. And the policy channel can act as a multiplier on both creating legally mandated winners and losers. And this is why prices don't just drift down during a crisis, they can gap down violently. It's not just a panic, it's the market's instantaneous and often brutal calculation of the new realities. Now, Steven says, when he said inject bleach to cure COVID, I wonder if bleach stock rose. Bro, I didn't know he said that. There's a strong possibility, because you think about this, for example. I'm glad you said that. Remember when we were kids and every celebrity under the sun would say milk does a body good, milk makes your body big and strong. Now science shows that milk never had that effect, that we are not supposed to be drinking cow's milk. If we were consuming the nutrients from human breast milk, then that would be beneficial to us. But cow's milk is not good for us, and the only thing closer to benefiting us next to human breast milk would be goat milk. But women are going to say, "Oh, that's nasty, gross," milking women to feed grown men. But genetically speaking, scientifically speaking, the lactose and lactate from the cow's milk is what shuts down our respiratory system. So instead of us drinking that, now people are running off to coconut milk and soy milk and all of these other things that doesn't have lactose and lactate in it, which some of us are allergic to soy and the rest of us don't know what the hell coconut milk is. And then all the time do we like the taste, but we grew up on the falsehood that milk does body good. So we would put, nobody knows what having cereal and a liquid in it that is not milk actually tastes like, unless they're one of those health fanatics or vegans that are like, I'm gonna do something different, but that's a cultural choice. The rest of us wouldn't know how cereal would happen, because we think cereal and milk. We don't think cereal and anything else. If it ain't dry cereal out the box, it's cereal and milk, because some celebrity told us somewhere that milk does a body good. So the market shifted. Milk becomes a household product, not because it benefits us naturally, but because a bunch of rich people, or not a bunch of rich people, a bunch of famous people said do it. Now, today, in modern times, with genetically modified foods, cow's milk might actually be more effective for us than it used to be. Still not necessarily better than actual breast milk from a human, but the vitamins and nutrients and everything that they infuse into the milks now might be better than what it was back in the day when all the milks were full of hormones. back in the 90s and early 2000s, the late 80s, all of the 90s and early 2000s, right? When we used to have a choice between GMOs and non-GMOs. Remember back in the day we used to scream, no GMOs. Now GMOs are everywhere. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. He said, I emailed you a video about the yen. All right, I'm going to take a look at that after the show and see what's going on with that. I greatly appreciate that. So I'm going to be checking that. And yeah, we actually have a live email that's attached to the platform where we get contact and information from you guys, questions and comments and stuff to that effect, collaboration requests and stuff to that effect. So I told you guys this is a bigger than what you think kind of podcast. But when Donald Trump said injecting bleach to cure COVID, I don't think that was legitimately the idea to perform. I strongly believe that in comparison to the cocktail that they were recommending with the COVID vaccine, that he was referring to the fact that you could just as easily do the bleach injection and probably get the same result, which is ultimately either catastrophic failure for your body or absolutely no recovery from COVID. I think that's what, because Donald Trump is a wild speaker. And during his discussions, I know that I trail off randomly on a regular basis, but this guy's way worse than I am. And he will be direct, short term, and then trail off into analogy without you even knowing that he trail off into analogy. He'll pause mid-sentence and flip straight into an analogy. So when during his discussion of COVID vaccinations, he switches up and says, you could just as easily inject bleach to cure COVID. He's basically saying that while y'all are doing what y'all are doing with these vaccines, the risk to your health with injecting these vaccines is equivalent to the risk of you injecting bleach into your bloodstream. And the ideology is that you probably should find another way, because that doesn't make any sense. And anybody who thinks, man, shooting up bleach is not good for you, neither is taking that COVID vaccine. But so many people did it. So many people did it. And even though less people died from COVID over the course of 2 or 3 years than the quantity of people that died from the flu in one 30-day or 90-day season, from October to December, more people died from the flu every year than the number of people that died from COVID around the world over the course of the 2 or 3 years that the government was dealing with COVID. The fact is that more people were afraid of COVID than they are of the flu. And the worst part about it is that everybody ran to the vaccination, where the wildest thing in the vaccination is a supposed to be dead strand, but potentially live strand, potentially mutated strand of the COVID virus, where individuals who did not contract COVID during COVID would expose themselves to COVID and then hope that they don't get COVID and die from it. I'm going to tell you guys real quick. The body heals itself. The body defends itself from its environment. The reason why we get vaccinations is to expose ourselves to things that gives our body the ability to build up the immunity to it. But you would be safer masking up or interacting with people at a distance, because COVID was airborne. And that's one of the reasons why we had to wear masks. COVID was airborne. It would be easier for you to just keep your immune system strong and just interact with COVID people as opposed to shooting it into your bloodstream. It's just, I don't know. In my observation, it was a higher risk, but we have to recognize what they didn't talk about, the fact that it was a fungus, one, and two, it directly impacted younger individuals that were under the age of 25, if I remember it correctly, and older individuals older than 55, 65 years old. And majority of the individuals that were affected by COVID had already multiple health risks revolving around the respiratory system, smokers, cancer, stuff to that effect. So it's the people who lost their lives, while the places that was heavily involved with it probably had a heck of a lot more body counts than the places that were more spread out. Like during COVID, I was a delivery driver. I was door to door going around just you know, hanging out with people, no mask on, never once got it. My homeboy, who I interacted with on a regular basis, never came around me with it, but he got it 3 or 4 times, and he got shingles. So for some reason, while I've never had, to answer your question, Michael, special shout out to Michael on the YouTube side of things, while I've never had the vaccination, I've also never had COVID. I've never even had the symptoms. Steven says, I had to take it to not lose my job. And at the time I had rent to pay, so I took it. Fuck my job. But that's certain corporations is going to make it mandatory. Oh, you must. No, I don't have to. If I don't, I must wear a mask. But I am not legally required to take the vaccination. It was never administered into law that we must all be vaccinated. It was heavily recommended. Some travel flights, certain countries would say that if you didn't, you would have to be quarantined when you got there. But there was no expectation that if you don't take the vaccination, that you can't come to this country. You know what I mean? They're not going to let you move around for 2 weeks, which ultimately means if you're going to that country and you're going to have to stay in a hotel for 2 weeks, as soon as you touch down, you're going to have a 3 or 4 week vacation, because the first 2 weeks you get there, you're not going to be able to do nothing. It says shingles or chickenpox. Doesn't change the fact that my man came down with way more stuff than I did. and I was just out there, no mask, no vaccine. I was one of the ones that was walking around The Walking Dead, not becoming a zombie, while directly interacting with the zombies. He said, if you don't have a job. But that's the thing. I didn't, and I had a job. I had multiple jobs. Matter of fact, part of that time, I was doing rideshare. So I was actually delivering stuff to people. They paid me to interact with people, and all they said was, hey, just wear a mask if anything. And I was like, fuck that. Then I'll pick people up in Ubers and Lyfts and stuff to that effect, and drive people around. And again, it's like, oh, well, most of you got to just put on a mask. I'm like, fuck that mask. He said, I was check to check back in those days. If you didn't get the vaccine, the shop I worked in at the time would not let you work. Yeah, that's dirty. So you got it because you felt like you had no other choice. And check to check, that be one of the reasons why I talk to you guys about building your capital up in ways where you have financial security, like paying your bills 6 to 9 months in advance instead of just living from paycheck to paycheck, because at the end of the day, if you don't pay attention to how your finances are working, you'll be stuck in a situation where you got no choice. And typically with jobs that you don't like them, but you depend on the income, and that's going to be the thing that's going to put you in a bad position, because now you're doing what you're told because your paycheck depends on it. And since you don't have any money after last paycheck and you're hoping that your next paycheck comes, you don't want to be in a situation where your next paycheck doesn't come because you don't have any money for the first. And that's when you start doing whatever your employer says do, and they're negatively enforcing things on you that they're not supposed to enforce on you. And most of us don't know what to do or how to operate that. And me, I take risks. I come on live podcasts and I tell y'all, hey, there's so much stuff that y'all don't have to deal with that y'all didn't know y'all didn't have to deal with, but you don't have the financial capabilities to flex on certain situations, because at the end of the day, if your boss say, I'm not going to let you clock in if you don't do as I say, you don't have the time to say, well, then I'm going to get on unemployment compensation because my boss doesn't want to pay me, doesn't want me to come to work. And it's not because I do a bad job. It's not because I miss days from work. It's because my boss has a bias against me because I have a personal preference that I don't want to take this vaccination. And at that time, You didn't know that if your boss didn't want you to come to work without the vaccine, that you could have got on unemployment compensation and just stayed home. Because all you would have had to do was tell your boss at that time, well, give it to me in writing. Give it to me in writing. If I don't get the vaccine, I can't come back to work, and then I'll take that piece of paper and I'll go to the labor board and I'll get paid to stay at home. And then I don't got to worry about showing up for work until you're ready to let me come back. And that's a 12-month compensation until one of two things happen. You find a new job or your boss brings you back to work. So many people got on unemployment compensation for that exact reason. But you just didn't know that that was a thing. Yeah. And look, the TikTok algorithm just flagged me for talking about this, because this is a sensitive topic. And that's one of the reasons why I switched it over to adult only podcast, because this is for people that really wants to know information that isn't widely given. And this is one of the reasons why it's not widely given, because very few channels, very few platforms will support the distribution of knowledge that not everybody wants everybody to get. Michael says, was it a federal mandate to have the vaccination? I don't recall there ever being a federal mandate that made it mandatory for us to have the vaccination. I remember that there was an issuance where there was locations that was administering it, but I don't recall there ever being a federal mandate, but I can double check and look. I don't want to quote myself on that, because I do remember that it was a federal mandate that you had to wear a mask in public. I remember the federal mandate for the social distancing, but I don't ever remember it being a mandatory requirement by law in the United States that you had to get the vaccination. Now, that doesn't mean that other countries like China or Hong Kong or someplace like that might have had the federal mandate, but in the United States, I don't recall it ever happening where I was aware of. Okay, but I'd have to go back and double check that. Now, let's get back to our main topic here. We were sitting over here talking about the geopolitical chaos that negatively impacts shares and how we end up putting that into gold. So far, we know the three channels that can funnel chaos into the market, right? But how does that translate into the wild price swings that we see on our screens when we're utilizing our fintech so that we can go and invest in things? Why does one stock crash 50% while another on the same stock market doubles? And it's also often going to come down to two fundamental drivers of a stock price. Oh, hold on a second. Michael said jumped onto it late again. We've been here for 2 hours, Mike. What was you doing that you didn't come to the show 15 minutes after it started? We've been here every day at like 11:30, 11:45 Eastern Standard Time since Daylight Savings Time happened. What was you doing? And we started the show late, so you should have been here early. Because we started at 11:50 to 11:50, 11:55 today. So you should have been here early. Even OG Kicks was here for the intro. Now, what happens when the market starts changing on your screen when you're looking at your stock portfolio? It's often going to come down to two fundamental drivers of the stock price. It's earnings and the multiple that investors are willing to pay for those earnings. That's what happens. Geopolitical chaos can weaponize both of these. The first driver, which is earnings expectations. This is going to be the most intuitive one. It's the simple story of the profits and losses. When a geopolitical event happens, every analyst on Wall Street scrambles up that data, right? And they're going to update their spreadsheets. An airline that has to fly around a new no-fly zone while looking at fuel costs will see that fuel cost soar and see the price tickets of those airlines soar as well. It's expected earnings that are revised down and the stock sells off. A cruise line that operates in a region now seen as dangerous will be booking less. They'll see the bookings collapse a little bit. Its earnings estimates are going to be slashed, and the stock is going to get hammered there as well. Conversely, a defense contractor is almost certain to see a surge in government orders, especially during geopolitical conflicts. The more the military is utilized, the more the resources have to be replenished, and the more those contractors are going to get utilized, which means that their stock prices are going to go up during conflict, which means that wherever there is conflict, there is also a profit. So their future revenue pipeline suddenly looks much bigger and more certain. Analysts revise their earnings estimates up, and investors flock to buy that stock. A commodity producer like an oil or wheat company can see its profits multiply if a major global competitor is knocked offline by sanctions or conflict. Now, this part is going to be straightforward. News changes the outlook for a company's profits, and the stock price tends to follow that. But this is only half of the story. The second driver, the valuation multiplier, is where some of the real explosive moves come from. And this is less understood, but often more powerful because it's a force in a crisis. The valuation multiplier, often expressed as the price to earnings or P&E ratio, which I tell you guys is one of the things you're supposed to be paying attention to when you're looking at the stock and the value of the stock. And one of the things I tell Stephen, when you're looking at the stock, you're looking at the year-over-year growth of dividends versus the P&E versus the longevity of consistent payouts of those dividends to be able to determine a blue chip company that is a cash stock versus a company that's a one-off, right? It's simply the price that investors are willing to pay for $1 of the company's earnings. A P&E of 10 means that you pay $10 for every $1 of annual profit. This multiple isn't a fixed number. It's a reflection of sentiment, growth expectations, and most importantly, the risk. Ultimately, it is recommended that the lower P&E is better for your involvement than the higher P&E, but depending on the longevity of the stock, the growth valuations, and other such opportunities, you may overlook a higher valuation in order to grab a higher future potential in a specific stock, like Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, stuff like that. When fear is going to be high, multiples often compress, even if a company's earnings are perfectly stable. Like, for example, real estate. Real estate is rocky right now. And as a result, share prices are down. They even slashed their dividend distribution this past month. Doesn't change the fact that they may be still rocking a consistency in their profit margin. The fact is that because the volatility of things to come has been projected downward until the volatility has been offset, it is not likely to recondition itself back upward. So the stock price can fall simply because investors are no longer willing to pay as high a price for those particular earnings. They demand a bigger margin of safety. A high-flying tech stock might trade at 30 times earnings during a bull market, but when a war breaks out, investors might decide that 20 times earnings is more appropriate pricing. Given the heightened uncertainty, they change what's going on. Even if the company's business hasn't changed at all, the stock could fall by a third. And this is going to be what's happening when people say the market is de-risking. They are repricing the value of future earnings to account for a scarier world, a scarcity of resource, a lack of profit to come. This is going to bring us to one of the most powerful phenomena in finance, something that we call the cheap to gold transformation. And this is going to be how fortunes can be made during geopolitical shifts. It happens when a stock benefits from both rising earnings and a rising valuation multiplier at the same time. Imagine a company that makes a niche but critical component for military hardware. In peacetime, it's a boring, slow growth business. It generates reliable profits, but no one is excited about it. It might be traded at a very low multiplier, say 7 times its earnings. It sees a level when you're looking at it as cheap, but uninteresting. Now, a major geopolitical conflict erupts. Suddenly, this company's boring component is a strategic necessity in your portfolio. The government places a decade's worth of orders in a 6-month period of time. The company's earnings are now forecast to triple. That alone would make the stock a huge winner. But that's not all that happens. The company is no longer seen as a boring industrial. It's now a strategic defense asset. Investors are no longer content to pay 7 times earnings for it. Given its new importance and guaranteed revenue stream, they might decide that it's worth 15 times earnings, a multiple in line with other high growth, high priority defense firms. Michael says, Motley Fool research reports for great stock market tips. Okay, I've never looked into that, but Michael is saying that if you're interested in other places for great stock market tips, Motley Fool research reports potentially offers recommendations that you guys can look into and then research, because you don't just take somebody's word for it. You go and do background research off of the information that you hear, and then you reinforce your knowledge before you make a financial transaction. Steven says, that's what we're doing now. Yes, sir. That's exactly what we're doing now. And that's why I'm covering it today. Michael says, buy military stock. We were saying buy military stock the first time the conflict happened. And every time we went towards a peacetime conversation, I was like, I don't know how long this peacetime is going to last, because as long as they're not willing to give up the strait, there's always going to be a chance for this to start back up again. Michael says, you get paid for every bomb drop. That's what happens when you buy into military stuff. And matter of fact, that was another thing with the cop that got maced. It wasn't just the mace that actually starts becoming a hot commodity. Guess what else becomes a hot commodity? His body camera, which I have found in recent times that there are some pretty reasonably priced body cameras that have a cloud service system that allows for you to acquire that body camera that has, I do believe, 15 to 24 hours worth of record time on it, which allows for you to carry that body camera 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and use a C-port charger to charge those bad boys, and you can record everything that you interact with on a daily basis. And the best part about having a body camera, as opposed to pulling out your cell phone and recording, because we're in the area, or not an area, but an era of record what you experience for posterity. And the reason why you have to record what you experience is because during the time that it is not conflictual, you want to document what led up to the conflict and how the conflict resolved itself. Because in any police interaction where the establishment calls the police on you, or the police decide to approach you, or you or somebody else decides to sue somebody, what happened and why it happened are going to be the 2 questions asked to determine who was at fault and who's going to get compensated. And what happened and why it happened is going to be the reason why, or the difference between you catching a charge or not catching a charge, which is why that woman who maced that cop did not get convicted for macing that cop, because based on the interaction between the police officer and the woman from the perspective of the police officer's body camera, there was no evidence that the woman realized that she was under arrest or being detained for an investigation for a crime that the police officer thought about after he got maced. So while everybody who watches the video and they assume that she's guilty because she committed a crime before she maced the cop, she maced the cop, and that was her trying to escape. First and foremost, the cop didn't even notice she was involved in the crime until after the cop got maced. And then the cop found out about the crime after he got maced, where the cop was looking into something else that the cop saw strange in the parking lot that had him engaging in the other person, where the other person did not want to have an encounter with the police officer, and the police officer wouldn't let it drop. So instead of the police officer detaining the person, the police officer, I just want to talk to you. Bro, certain things don't work. And because it didn't work, he ended up where he ended up. Ultimately, that body camera preserves that engagement. And for those of us in a society where people who are afraid of getting in trouble for behaving the way they behave because they have guilt in their system, where they know that how they're behaving is inappropriate and disrespectful, if not against their company policy and against the law, they don't want to be recorded being an asshole. So what they'll do is, if they see you pull out your cell phone and point your cell phone in their direction while they're being inappropriate, they're going to tell, oh, are you recording me? I don't want to be recorded, blah, 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 blah. Because they're aware of, in certain states, having a two-party record consent where they must consent to being recorded. But a lot of the times, if you are in a single-party record state, you don't need their permission. You can record yourself in your environment. And because they are involved in your scenario where they are engaging you, not the other way around, you can find yourself in a situation where you don't need to ask them if it's okay to record them. It's okay for you to record what's going on for you. And if they don't want to be recorded, they can leave you alone. But if they don't want to leave you alone, if they're forcibly putting themselves in your presence to force you to do something that you don't have to do, they're going to voluntarily allow themselves to be recorded in order to harass you. And you're recording the harassment. But here's the funny part. Even in places, there's a lot of places that don't allow cell phones. Outside of courthouses that ban all electronic devices, where they will take it from you at the metal detector, every other place that doesn't have security guards scanning you on your way in, you can walk in with a body camera and everybody knows what it is, and they're comfortable with the body camera because they see police officers with the body camera. A lot of people are okay with seeing a firearm in a place that has a sticker on the door that says no firearms allowed. But if you have a firearm in a holster and you walk up without your hand on the firearm, they can see the firearm and not say nothing because they assume that you might be a cop. At the end of the day, because they're used to it, they're not going to complain. They're not used to you pulling out a cell phone and recording them, so they're going to complain. They're not used to seeing an AR-15, so they're going to complain because they're not used to it. Doesn't mean that you have you don't have a right to it. It just means they're not used to it, so they're going to complain because they don't like change. So for the sake of more people are going to get body cameras because it's going to keep them safe. It's going to protect them from legal issues. It's going to protect them when they take action to protect themselves, which will cause a legal issue. But that market is going to explode. So cybersecurity, you want to invest in that stock because that's where body cameras are coming from. Cybersecurity, from being able to record what's going on and upload it to the cloud when you don't have the memory space to store it on your person. The cameras in your house, the Bluetooth to your cell phone, cybersecurity, creating these devices. You can see them on Temu. They're very cheap, between $25 and $100 an item, where you upload the video recordings from every direction on your house into the cloud. That's all cybersecurity. So something as simple as a police officer getting maced could have two different markets go up in value, because the people who want to protect themselves are going to be like, hey, pepper spray. And the people who want to record themselves being negatively interacted by society are going to say, hey, body cameras. And those two markets explode, right? Which means that you can invest in those companies and see a larger valuation and profits on the share price. I don't know if they're dividend paying stocks or not, depending on which one you get into. But if you're buying it for the share value increase, you'll see that now. And since it became mandatory across the United States that the most public agents have that body camera on them, if you have a body camera on, there's not much that they can tell you, because they can say, oh, you can't record here. That's not true. Because I can. You're here recording. I'm here recording. You're doing it for your safety. I'm doing it for my safety. Long as I don't have a malicious reason why I'm doing it, You can't stop me from doing it. That's a First Amendment constitutional protection. FX Trader, special shout out to FX Trader on the YouTube side of things. He says, it seems that the old Keystone pipeline, which Biden stopped, will be back on. I don't know about that. I know that there were a lot of pipelines in America that, if it was, you guys blamed Biden for a lot of stuff that Biden wasn't actually responsible for. Some of these things might happen in Barack Obama's era, and some of it actually might have happened in like Bill Clinton's era. Okay, and to be fair, Joe Biden did do some stuff, but he was more of a intermission president than a take action president. Okay, so there was some shutting down of pipelines, but they were shutting down the pipelines because the pipelines were not properly being utilized, and there was more environmental hazards from the pipeline bursting and all the oil spills, and they shut down those pipelines because it was destroying the environment more than it was providing us with resource. And that's one of the reasons why those pipelines were shut down, whether it was Biden, whether it was Obama, whether it was Bill Clinton. That's what those pipelines were being shut down for. Now, over the years, while those pipelines were being shut down, those companies have revised their policies where they are now better structuralizing their pipelines where there's less spillage for profit margins. But the less spillage means that there's less environmental hazards. So when Donald Trump reopens a lot of those pipelines, because Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi are places that are sitting on hundreds of years of oil, and we're conquering Venezuela to take theirs. Because instead of us walking through oil to go to work here in America, we can just filter it from over there. It was just so it's not so much like, Biden did something and Trump undid it. It's realistically speaking, because a lot of the things that we have happen are things that happened from 25 years ago that we're experiencing right now. So the president that was around 26 years ago would have been a 2001 president. And that was neither Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It was like George Bush or somebody back in those days. And that's what we're experiencing right now. So when Donald Trump undoes something, he's not undoing an executive order specifically that was done from Joe Biden, even though he can say that that's what he's doing. Some of those executive orders are something that was done from a president 20, 25 years ago that went into effect. That's still in effect. So, I can't really put the finger on the last president and say that, the country is garbage because of the very last president. No, the country could be garbage because of 4 presidents ago. And that could be the reason why our country sucks right now. And all of the changes being made right now could be being made because the president 4 presidents ago made bad decisions that were good in the short term, but bad in the long term. And now the current president making changes could be bad for the short term, but good for the long term. Either way, this year sucks, and next year might suck too. Last year sucked a little bit as well. But we're going to see this is the era of change, which is the era of investing, which is the era of profits. Michael says, just strap a game cam to your chest. Well, you can't really do that because one of the problems that you have with strapping a game cam to your chest, Michael, is you have to think about the battery life of the device. Body cameras are designed to record audio and video for extended periods of time. You might need, for the course of your day, a 12-hour battery life or a 15 or 20-hour battery life with a 12 or 15-hour record time. A game camera is not going to do that. You have some recording devices like on glasses and other such things that give you 1 hour of record time. If you are in a 30-minute conflict where you started the camera 45 minutes before you got into that situation, you only got 15 minutes of the conflict on camera before the camera dies. But if you have a body camera that has a 15-hour battery life, a 15-hour usage time, like 200-something hour standby time, 15-hour usage time, and you normally operate a 10-hour lifestyle, you can record from the time you left your house to the time you come back from your house and have your entire day on recording, which is more beneficial to you. And if you have more than one device, if you have to work a second shift, you can switch body cameras and have the second one run for another 10 hours, so that if you're gone for 24 hours, you can have your entire life documented on 1 or 2 SIM cards on a scenario that allows for your capabilities to preserve whatever situation that you get involved in, which prevents you from getting caught up in some of the things like the Mystical got the arrested for the same thing 3 times in a row. If he would have had a body camera, he would have been able to verify whether or not he was involved in some stuff that he was supposed to be involved in. Diddy situations, Epstein lists, all this other stuff, situations where if you would have documented what you was doing and you was minding your business and behaving, you wouldn't have been caught up in the cop. Steven says that's why I have to stay fresh. If I while out on video and go viral, I gotta look good. No, Steven, no, Steven. That's a financial bad decision. If your goal is to look fresh, because I mean, I look reasonably professional in the outfit that I'm wearing right now, and this shirt cost me $25. Actually, no, it cost less than that because I bought it in a pack. There was like 3 shirts that I bought for $25. So this shirt probably cost like, I don't know, $7 or $8 a shirt. And this shirt is not a branded shirt. Got shipped in from China. Quality satin material, breathable for the hot summer weather we got right now. So I wouldn't have to deal with so much sweating. And the fact of the matter is that I can represent myself professionally. So you don't need to buy a new wardrobe just because people are recording in society. You just need to pull out the better clothes that you have and wear the ones that you've already got. Remember I told you when I gave you the wardrobe change scenario is you take the clothes that are all damaged and unrepairable, throw those out, take the ones that can be repaired, bring them to a tailor, take the ones that have nothing wrong with them and bring them to the front of your closet. Remember I told you that? So that means that at least a third of your wardrobe should be stuff that you can just put on that you haven't worn in the last 6 months, stuff that you haven't worn in the last year. Some of the things that's not your favorite, but you bought it and you don't really wear it that often is stuff that you can wear right now. You don't need to update your whole wardrobe just because you're going to college next week. That's a waste of money. It said, if you're in public, expect to be recorded. Damn right, by somebody. You got flat cameras, you got CCTV cameras at every traffic light, you've got cameras on every police officer, every squad car, and a lot of people got cameras on their sports car where they're recording themselves for YouTube, driving around the city. Most of the people who are trying to save money on their insurance got dash cameras. So you're recorded somewhere, you just don't know it. Trader says, do you have to inform the police during a traffic stop that they are being recorded? So you have a First Amendment constitutional right to record civil servants while in duty. So there isn't a duty to inform a police officer, but they should be able to see that you're pointing a cell phone at them or in fact in possession of a body camera that's pointed in their direction. If they ask you if you're going to answer the question, you're always supposed to answer truthfully, but if you're not going to answer the question, you don't have to answer the question. But usually the majority of people usually bolster that they're recording a police officer when the police officer is behaving like a tyrant. So it is not a legal requirement, usually a preference. Oh, you're under recording, cop, stop being an asshole. Nah, you're under recording too. So, you know, be respectful. 2 wrongs don't make a right. If they're being a tyrant, but you're being respectful, their behavior is seen more absurd than what it would be if you're retaliating to their absurd behavior with absurd behavior. Even though it's your First Amendment constitutional right to be belligerent, the fact is that if you're not belligerent, their lack of cooperation with you becomes more unreasonable because you're not presenting hostility. So do you have a duty to inform an officer that you're recording them? I have never seen a law that makes it a requirement for you to get consent to record a police officer or a government official. The duty to notify somebody that they're being recorded usually applies, especially in a 2-party record state, you and a civilian that is unaware that you're recording them because you're specifically recording them. You need to get their consent. And if in the event that you're recording yourself and you're recording the public, the duty to record the 2-party record state, especially if you're doing it for a profit, if you don't have a permit from the city or state that you're doing the recording in, is that you're supposed to omit the likeness of any individual that didn't give you consent from your recording. So if you're recording the back of people's heads and you want to get a backdrop of a crowd traveling where you can't make out anybody's likeness, but there's a bunch of people moving around, you could probably get away with that. But you following Mrs. Jones through the streets with a camera without her saying it's okay, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. But if Officer Tenpenny came up to come and have a conversation with you because you standing outside with a camcorder, you ain't got to tell him nothing. He's up here. What you doing with the camcorder? None of your dang business, Johnny Love. You know, that's kind of the scenario that you're in. Michael says Biden shut the pipeline down to fulfill his political promise. Michael's always backwards with these things. Okay, Michael. But again, based on environmental issues, the environmental issues was at that time, Michael, was that the spillages were damaging our environment, and his political promise would have likely been that he's going to stop the pollution by shutting down the pipelines, since the people that were producing the pipelines were not protecting the environment while they were drilling. And that's one of the reasons why the pipelines got shut down. So Michael's catching up to me and I'm catching up to him, but yeah, that's pretty much what that was. Steven says the deer might see the game camera. But game cameras don't last that long. Trader says, it seems that some police officers get very upset if a driver starts recording before they even start the conversation. Well, today's show is supposed to be about geopolitical trades and how to invest and stuff to that effect. But for the sake of your straw man topic that's based off of me talking about profiting from investing in body cameras, it doesn't matter if they get upset if you started the recording before they got there. Because if you started the recording before they got there, or you started the recording after they started being belligerent, the fact of the matter is that you have the First Amendment constitutional right to record public servants in their duties. So I would start the recording before they pull up. As soon as I see the lights come on, I would be recording if I wasn't recording before the lights came on. And if you are in fact being targeted for an unrealistic reason, you have it on a body camera where when you go to traffic court, you don't have to argue with the police officer at the scene. Just give me the ticket. Just give me the ticket. Whatever you give me a ticket for, give me the ticket. I don't care what it is. You can give me a ticket for the color of my car, the size of my rims, the color of my skin. You can give me a ticket for the sun, the rain. You can give me a ticket for the road conditions. I don't care what you give me. Give me the ticket so that I can go on about my day, schedule the court date, go to the judge, and I'm going to give them the video footage. We're going to trial, and I'm going to give them the video footage. You know, if I was not in the wrong, I'm going to give them the video footage. But in that dynamic, you didn't do anything wrong to deserve what was going on. Now, if you did do something wrong, the video footage is not going to help you. It's going to incriminate you. However, if even in the fact of doing something wrong, if they violated your rights, you could probably still sue the officer and offset the traffic ticket by the civil action and potentially get you a profit back where you paid the ticket, but the state paid you 10 grand, which it's not a guarantee, but you know, it's only going to be plausible if you've got the interaction on video recording, right? So it doesn't matter how people feel when it comes down to laws. What matters is what you're legally allowed to do versus what you're legally not allowed to do. And when it comes down to what you're legally not allowed to do, what's important is what people are legally willing to enforce. So if you're doing something that you ain't got no business doing and ain't nobody willing to say nothing, you have the constitutional freedom in the United States to do whatever you want to do. But if a Karen sees what you're doing is wrong and calls the police and reports it, you can get in trouble for it. For example, servers that don't report tips. If you reported them to the IRS, if you got their name and got their information off of the check that they gave you, and you filed a IRS form and reported them to the IRS for not reporting tips, the IRS will open up an investigation and see if they're reporting tips or not. You could just be doing it just to be an asshole. But if that other person ends up not reporting those tips, guess what? They're in a world of trouble. But for the entirety of your life, if you don't report cash tips that you receive, if nobody knows or nobody cares to say anything about it, nothing happens to you as a result. The same way, not filing taxes, more often than not, nothing happens to you unless you're rich and not filing taxes, right? Doesn't mean that something can't happen to you. It just means that nobody's willing to do anything about it. And because nobody's willing to do anything about it, you have the freedom not to do it. And there's plenty of people who don't do it, which is why there's so many people that are offering the service to help you with 5 and 6 and 10 years of unfiled back taxes. Why is that a service if it is not something that happens on a regular basis that people don't file? Think about that for a second. So if any event that he said, bro, I already told you, no, I'm not going bald. I'm gonna keep it the way I keep it. If any event that you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you decide to whip out a camera, whip out one. You should have one on your car. You should have a dash camera on your car with audio and video. You should have 360-degree angles, the front of your car, both side windows, so that you can have the recording of the police officers walking up on your car, and one on the back of your license plate, so that you can have a recording of how they behave on their way to your car. Then you should have some of those in-car cameras that are, because they passed the laws where you can't use your phone while driving. So if you are holding a phone, when they walk up, they can accuse you of using a phone while driving, which is a whole nother citation. It's like texting and driving on a whole new level. You need to get one of those mounts that you can probably clip to your visor, where you can have your phone on a revolving whatever, and you can record to people while they're interacting with you, so that you can have your whole driver's side of your car on camera, so that while you're talking to them, you can show, hey, I wasn't touching nothing, I didn't draw anything, I didn't do anything stupid, they still was pointing their gun at me and all this other stuff, and further build your case. But if you're prepared for it, because you're living in one of those cities and states where they're tyrants, you need to have your vehicle set up like a stunt car, where there's cameras everywhere, and there are audio and video recording cameras everywhere. And then, you know, how they feel about it doesn't matter. Matter of fact, you can have external cameras outside of the car, like the stunt drivers, where they're just like magnetically connected to the body of your car, where there's cameras that show even the wheels in the street from every angle. You can set it up where your car looks like it's a movie car, but you know, what can they do about that? Absolutely nothing. Because that's your constitutional right to do whatever it is that you're doing, as long as you're not intending on doing a crime at the time. Steven says, I ain't telling them police that I'm recording them, because I will not be. And I don't want that footage. I leave them folks alone. No contact is my goal. Body camera footage from an interaction with a police officer is public knowledge, and all you have to do is put in a records request form for the incident that occurred. If you have the date and time and potential location of the interaction, you can just request from your local city and state, from the police department that it happened to, from their records department, for the video recording of that incident, and they have an obligation to provide that to you, so you can see how you behaved on camera, because it's going to be pointing at you. And if you're embarrassed about the outcome of that video recording, you will behave better in the next interaction with a police officer. And but if they did something that they wasn't supposed to do, you can just request that, and then you have that video footage on file for any legal action that you're going to take as a result of what they did for you. So, you know, you can say that you don't want that footage, but if you were mistreated, you want that footage. If you weren't mistreated, you don't need that footage. If you're not misbehaving, you may not need to record. If they're not negatively interacting with you, or if you don't care if they are and you still get what you need without being grossly inconvenienced, then you don't need anything. But in the current economy that we have right now, it is becoming more and more of a need as opposed to a luxury. Trader says external cameras sound great, and they will stop you just to check them out. They do not have a legal basis to check out anything on your vehicle, as long as they don't have a warrant to seize your assets. So, I mean, if you have cameras all over your vehicle, you can have cameras all over your vehicle, unless there is a law in the city or state that prohibits that from you driving with cameras outside of your vehicle. Because from what I understand, Elon Musk was going to have rear view mirrors that were solidly just cameras. And the only thing that stopped that was the fact that they were electronic. And if something happened with the electronics, that the people wouldn't have rear view mirrors, and the driving laws required for, in the state of California, for those vehicles to actually have visibly seeable rear view mirrors. But that doesn't stop you from putting a rear view camera on the rear view mirror, in addition to the standalone rear view mirror, where even if the cameras don't work, you can still see in the rearview mirrors, but you have the camera in addition to the rearview mirror. So I don't see any laws that says that you can't do it. I don't know of any laws that says that you can't do it. Before you equip these cameras on your vehicles, you want to check the laws in your local cities and states to see if you're allowed to do that. But the fact of the matter is that if you know that there's no law that says you can't have cameras on the outside of your car to record your vehicle's interaction with other vehicles on the street, then at the same time, a police officer cannot just pull you over because they're like, oh, damn, this car's got like 20 cameras on it. What's going on? They can pull you over and ask, what's going on? Nothing. Well, what's with all the cameras? Permanent fixtures on my car. What are you recording? Whatever the car passes by. And that's really all the questions that you have to, and you don't even have to answer those questions. You can even start that conversation with, I don't answer questions without a lawyer, and until I get a lawyer present, I'm not answering any questions. You can invoke your right to an attorney and make it clear at the beginning of that stop, since they're stopping you for your cameras. One, you need a warrant for those, and two, I need my lawyer present for me to answer any questions that you have. And if you're making that clear at the beginning of that interaction, since they're not stopping you for a traffic violation, your repeat question at this point is, am I detained or am I free to go? And if I'm detained, what am I being detained for? Because since I haven't broken the law, you have no reason to care. And since I'm not answering any questions until you bring a lawyer up here, because I'm not bringing a lawyer up here and I'm not answering any questions without a lawyer, what are we going to do about this interaction? Because it's not because I did anything wrong. It's because you're curious. You can schedule an appointment with my lawyer and we can talk about your curiosity at a later date and time. You can subpoena me to the station and I can come down and we can have this discussion. But if I'm not breaking any laws and my cameras aren't impeding the flow of traffic at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't matter how they feel. It doesn't matter what they do. Like, for example, I got prescription glasses. I can get window tint that's this dark on my front windshield. Every police officer I pass by will pull me over because I have window tint on my front windshield. But because I have a legal right to do so, once I show them I have a legal right to do so, the conversation ends. So it doesn't matter if they stop you. It is what matters is what they do after they stop. And if you're documenting the fact that they stopped you, that justifies all the cameras. Because you can show, I didn't do anything from 30 different angles. They stopped me anyway. And they just were curious as to why my vehicle had 30 different camera angles. But they kept me there for an hour trying to figure that out. Where they really were only supposed to keep you there for about 15, 20 minutes. And if they couldn't find a crime in 15, 20 minutes, they're supposed to let you go. Which means if they kept you there for an hour, the 37 camera angles could show no crime, admission that there was no crime, unnecessary detention, nice little lawsuit, and you can just drive around and just have police pull you over just so you get paid. You got some of those First Amendment auditors that literally go places to piss off police officers with a camera so that they can take that interaction and go to a civil court and get paid for it. Like, they don't even work, bro. They just ride around pissing off police officers with a video camera so that they can get paid for it. That's like their whole job, right? So for people who have no respect for podcasters, for people who have no respect for content creators, you can only imagine how little respect people have for First Amendment auditors who really go places to position themselves in a confrontational fashion where society will negatively engage them, and they get it on camera, one, for content bait, and two, for negative interactions with police officers that they're going to get paid for the lawsuit. And funny thing is, and I'm just going to soundbite this real quick, where for people who don't know, like, police officers don't even think about this. At the end of the day, if you're doing it for profit, there are laws against that. Your First Amendment right to record for journalism is not the same as your First Amendment. It is not the same as your legal responsibilities for content creation. Content creation may require in certain cities and states permits to allow you to do these things, even in public. And if you don't get those permits, you may be in a compromising situation. So while in the moment, the police officer cannot determine that you're doing it for a profit, they can later find that video online and then potentially accuse you of acquiring content for profit in a location without the local city and state authorizations, and they can potentially take legal action against you against that. So for those people that are riding around kicking off stuff, if the right cop got the right prosecutor, they could potentially do stuff about the content that people are posting up on social media because they're in public. For journalism purposes, is that you're literally doing a story. and then you produce that story. Like, for example, what I'm telling you guys about international investing and global geopolitical trades, right? This would be considered journalism. But if for clickbait, I cause conflict with somebody and then put it on my platform, that's content creation for profit, which actually could be a legal issue because I didn't get consent from everybody who was involved in that recording. And the only people that were allowed to be in the recording was a police officer. So everybody whose face can be seen on the camera is entitled to the revenue that I get from that video recording. And anybody who realizes that finds themselves a background star on your content can then sue you for royalties from your podcast. Now, that's the part that nobody talks about. You get the body camera for legal purposes. You get the body camera for journalism. You get the body camera for personal possession. Your First Amendment constitutional rights protect you, but you get the body camera for clickbait on YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, something like that, where now you're going to have 1 million views because people are going to be commenting on how fucked up the situation was, some for, some against. But the fact is, that 1 million views that generates revenue from that video, that's a profit from the video, and there was no journalism involved in that. You just kicked off shit so that you can have people comment on your podcast. That is royalties claimed, and everybody involved, some probably even including the officer, may be entitled to revenue. When that starts becoming a thing, podcasters are going to start changing the way they do things. But until that becomes a thing, where people are like, oh, the other side of the coin, you know? Because while people don't want to give their IDs, I don't have to tell you anything, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, you have the right to record. But if at any point your content ends up online and I find myself online, I'm going to want royalties from this. Because you can do whatever you want to do. But if you're going to turn a profit off of it, I want to get paid too. I don't care if you record as long as I get paid for you recording me. Once you make that clear, there's a whole another set of legal issues that you got to start working out. And nobody records and has contracts on them for royalty distribution or anything like that. Content creators just run out there with their cell phones, pointing it at people, pointing it at situations. And it is what it is. And then if they get paid for it, they get paid for it. But look, the other side of the coin is that everybody else involved in that video is entitled to compensation. And any content creator understands that when they're looking at the royalties from the music that you got to pay out, the collaborations where people get broken off on certain situations, we have a reasonable understanding that every piece of the content that's not ours, we are obligated to pay royalties to everybody else. So you also have to understand that everybody involved in the video is entitled to compensation out of the video if the video pays. So when they come to collect, if they come to collect, you can't control how much they collect because you can't really determine how much that video generated versus the entire platform, right? And just like with divorce court, your contribution is not weighted equivalently to the quantity of resources that's there. So you can always risk, when you're doing public recordings, you can always risk a compensation lawsuit, not a violation of my constitutional rights lawsuit, a compensation, a revenue lawsuit, royalties lawsuit, because you're getting paid off of somebody else's likeness without their consent. That's the part that is the issue, because they didn't agree to it without compensation. So take that into consideration and do your research on it. Now, let's do some math about the illustrative examples related to high profit growth from companies that benefit from the multipliers of valuation, because that's what we were talking about a few hours ago. The earnings triple, the multiplier that people are willing to pay for those earnings more than double of what they were. The result isn't a 3 times or 2 times return. It is a compounding effect. So the stock price can go up 6 times or even more. The stock doesn't just get more profitable, its entire narrative changes in the eyes of the market. It went from being a cheap valued stock, undervalued stocks, to a strategic gold mine, something that you must have in your portfolio. So while such extreme examples are not the norm, where you might get a stock that's not worth much today, but seems to be worth like 100 times more tomorrow. While that doesn't happen very often, it has happened recently. I can't remember which stock it was, but somebody was talking about the stock on the show. I looked at it. It went from a $3 stock to a $300 stock, and then it went down to a $30 stock in less than 48 hours. That was huge. If they would have sold as it climbed to 300, for every share that they bought at $3 a share, they would have made substantial profits on that stock. And then when it went back down to 30, they could have bought back in and had a substantial quantity of shares so that if it went back up again, they would be able to flip that. Right? We just got to understand that while it's not the norm, that this illustrates powerful principles. So while everyone else is panicking about broad market declines, a small number of assets can undergo this kind of incredible transformation, hidden in plain sight. So understanding this dual mechanic is going to be the interplay. I got to plug in my phone because I'm sitting over here recording y'all live streaming, and we didn't burn through 55% of the phone's power. Hold on. Ding. All right, there we go. Trying to stay on longer. So understanding this mechanic, which is the interplay between earning and multiples, is going to be the key to seeing past the fear and identifying the real structural shifts happening beneath the surface. So while every geopolitical crisis is unique, the market's reaction often seems to follow a familiar psychological rhythm. It's a pattern of panic, sorting, and eventually a new equilibrium. Understanding this framework doesn't let you predict the future, but it does give you a map to understand the investor psychology that drives each stage, and more importantly, where opportunities and risks might lie, which allows for you to decide where you're going to go and where you're going to put your money. So phase one is capitalization. This is going to be the moment of maximum fear. The crisis has erupted out of nowhere. Headlines are screaming, experts are predicting doomsdays, and uncertainty is absolute. Wall Street fear gauge through the roof. The XIV index spikes. This is the phase that investors often don't discriminate. They just sell. And that happened once when Donald Trump messed around with the tariff. It was at 200%. The tariff went down, and then he added the temporary tariff. I think it was like a 10% or 15% tariff, something like that. That was supposed to remain firm for like 120 or 150 days. During that time, there was a situation where the tariffs fluctuated on a Friday. Everybody panic sold that Monday, and then the tariff leveled off, and everybody started buying back on Tuesday. Everybody just sold over the weekend because of what they heard Friday evening. And then when they seen that the situation rectified itself before Monday morning, everybody started buying their stocks back Monday afternoon, and and the stock market leveled back off between Tuesday and Wednesday of that week. It's a classic flight to safety move. Money pours out of anything perceived as risky: stocks, corporate bonds, emergency markets, or not emergency markets, but emerging markets. And it flows into the perceived safety of short-term government treasury bonds, gold, silver, platinum, uranium, copper, stuff to that effect. The defining characteristics of a capitalization phase is often indiscriminate selling. High quality, world-class companies with fortress balance sheets can be sold off just as aggressively as a weak stock. Debt-laden companies are also sold off. The market is a sea of red. From an opportunity standpoint, this can be a moment of maximum mispricing. Assets are being sold not because they're fundamentally receiving a lower value. And it's not because the value is in any way, shape, or form impaired, but simply because they're in the wrong category of stock and it's just at the wrong time. So the smart investor isn't necessarily buying yet. The risk of catching a falling knife can be very high. Instead, they're doing their homework. They're building a watch list like we did. We grabbed about 54 different stocks that are undervalued stocks that we could benefit from investing in our current market. And they're going to be paying attention to the elite companies that are being unfairly punished by the panic. And we talk about these stocks every month. This is going to be the phase of patient observation, identifying the babies being thrown out into the bathwater or thrown out with the bathwater. That's a very messed up metaphor. Watching the babies being thrown out with the bathwater, but something precious being tossed out with something that's perceived as garbage is perceivably how that metaphor works out. Steven says, I will never sell a stock. CD accounts I'm done with, but a stock I will never sell. Well, CD accounts are not valuable for us right now because the interest rates went down, as opposed to, well, yeah, the interest rates that we get from CDs went down this year after the interest cut happened in December, but the interest has not been cut for the rest of the year so far. So the next time that we're going to be talking about the interest rates potentially changing will be in December in Q4. But that doesn't mean that CDs are not valuable. It's just that the return on investment that you're looking for versus the opportunity cost of potentially getting into a treasury bond right now, it might be more feasible for you to grab a treasury bond over a CD, because treasury bonds are, last time I checked, still around 4.1% for a treasury bond, whether it's a quarterly, semi-annual, annual, a 2-year, a 10-year, a 20-year. They're the majority of them are right around 4.1%. So if you're looking at CDs right now that are 3%, 3.1%, 3.3%, even when you're trying to do safe stocks, index funds, and stuff to that effect, 4.1% is better than 3.1%. So even if it's by a margin of 1%, it's still better. But yes, buying stocks, buying and holding the dividend stocks that you've been getting is going to be more beneficial to you over the long term than buying growth stocks versus buying CDs, because the stocks that you're buying into are 10, 15%, 20% return on investment, which is 5, 10 times more than what you'll be getting from the CD. So opportunity cost, you would make more money over the course of 10 years with the stocks that we're trading with versus the CDs that you used to handle. So that would be a fantastic reason why you would make the change, right? But and then also, you know, you say right now that you're going to sell a stock, but you're gonna reach a point in life where you may have $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 worth of money in your brokerage account, and you may decide to walk away from the BDCs and the REITs to avoid the unfavorable taxation when you're in your retirement phase, living off of pure dividends. Because truth be told, while you have taxable and non-taxable stocks, the overall profit from your portfolio is going to be taxed. So you're going to be in a situation where it's going to be added to your taxable income, whatever you get from your W-2s, your 1099s, whatever the case may be, small business. That's going to be an income that's going to be added to it. And wherever your tax bracket falls at now, if you're making $50,000 a year off of your job and $30,000 from the brokerage account, you're in the $80,000 tax bracket, and they're going to tax all of your money at that level. They're going to give you some deductions off of some of the tax favorable stuff, but you're still going to be experiencing a tax bracket hit. Now, if you got an LLC or stuff like that that you're doing your taxes through, you may find that the deductions from the business that you're operating could offset some of your tax bill or all of your tax bill in some situations, depending on how you operate. But the fact is that you're building right now, so you have no reason to sell the dividend paying stocks when you're buying into those dividend paying stocks while the stock market is down. So you're buying it at a loss to turn a profit over time, and you're getting paid to hold it, so you don't have the motivation to sell it. But in the future, when after geopolitical trades of conflicts have stopped and all the troops get brought back, we might be 2 presidents from now where they bring the troops home and REITs go up in value, where all of your REITs are like 20% higher than what they were when you bought in. You're seeing a profit over the entire platform. You may say in that moment, let me cash out. Let me cash out and get my profit and then buy back in. But you may say, let me cash out and rebalance that money. So right now, it makes no sense to sell. And the reason why it makes no sense to sell is because you're buying on the decline and benefiting from the cheaper valuation of stocks, where it's cheaper now than what it was in February of this year. So right now, it's not worth selling. But if we get a new president in 2029, or if we have the same president for another 4 years, and then we get a new president in like 2032, whatever the case may be, once we are in that different era, if the stock market changes, it goes in a different direction. And by that time, you start having enough money to say, let me move away from REITs and BDCs and do the stability of pre-tax dividend distribution. If you're dealing with pre-tax dividend distribution, and especially if that's the only income that you're getting, you're no longer receiving a tax bill because all of the companies you have on your portfolio pay taxes before paying to shareholders. And if that's your only income, you have nothing to go against your tax bill because you don't have a W-2, you don't have a 1099, you're living off your return on investment. In those situations, you've got pure profit coming in, right? And a lot of times, you really only, if you did file, you're like, yeah, I filed, but all of these stocks are deferred, you know? So now you have a 0 tax bill, and you can do that on TurboTax if you don't want to go to H&R Block or find you a CPA to run your taxes for you. Right? So there's a lot. And then you're a college student. So when you look at your tax bill, it's like if you start paying on student loans, guess what you can do with the student loan payments? Put it on your tax return. Drop that how much you owe now. So think about that for a moment. And we're almost halfway through, guys. We're 3 hours into the topic and we're halfway through. Woo, this was a big topic. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. But let's talk about phase 2, because capitalization was phase 1. Consolidation is going to be phase 2. After the initial shock wears off on the market enters a volatile but crucial shortening period. That's usually when they say that the price corrections happen. The panic subsides and the new grimmer reality is going to set in. The conflict or the crisis that has happened for an extended period of time is no longer a hypothetical threat. It is the new status quo. The market may stop its free fall and begin to chop around, often forming a bottom, but without a clear upward trend yet, which is where we are right now with what's going on with the chaos in Iran. This is arguably the most important phase. The indiscriminate selling of phase 1 gives way to nuanced allocations. Investors begin to think again. They start to analyze 3 channels that we discussed earlier: the trade, the capital flows, and the policies. Then they start to differentiate between the companies that are structurally harmed by this new reality and those that are structurally benefiting from it. The stocks of airlines, tourism companies, and import-dependent manufacturers might continue to languish or fall further. So their business models might be broken in the new world, but the stocks of some energy producers, defense contractors, cybersecurity firms, and shipping companies may begin to stabilize and then quietly trend upwards. This is going to be where the cheap to gold transformation that we talked about can actually happen. The companies identified during the capitalization phase, which are bought at panic-induced prices, now begin to see capital flow back in. Their earnings reports start to reflect the new reality of higher prices or more orders, and their valuations multiplies, and that may begin to expand. This is the phase where the real money is often made. It's not about timing the absolute bottom. That's being greedy. You never want to time the absolute bottom or time the absolute top. And main reason is because when you set the sale or when you set the buy, during the time that your bid is out there, the price of the bid is changing. By the time the sale occurs, whether you bought or sold something, by the time the transaction is over, the price that you asked for is not necessarily the price that is there. So if you're trying to get it at rock bottom, if it was at 30 and you're trying to get it at 10 and you sell it at 10, it might hit at 10 and go back up, but it might go down. If you were trying to buy it at 30 and you put up the bid at 30, thinking that it might go up to 40, but then it might go down to 20, and you bought it at 30, now you're stuck with it until it reaches 40 to put it up for sale. So you're not trying to hit the absolute bottom. People with Bitcoin was trying that. And I told you guys, look, right now it is going up, and it will go up subtly until whatever it's peaking at the last week of October, right before Halloween. And whatever it is, the last week of October, it will go down dramatically the first and second week of November, right before Thanksgiving. And then it'll go back up right after Thanksgiving, and then go right back down right before Christmas, and they go right back up again right before the end of the year, wherever it's at in January, it'll be on a steady decline until about April or May. The third or fourth week of April and the first and second week of May is where it ends up being at its lowest. And that is macro level trends that has happened over the last decade with Bitcoin. But anybody who's buying into Bitcoin right now thinking, oh, I'm going to make a ton of money off of it, you missed a lot of money between May and July. It's been slowly creeping back up since May. Right? Yeah, it had its pitfalls. Yeah, it dropped like 70%. But when it peaks, you're not going to get nearly as much. But if you're waiting for it to hit a certain dollar amount, instead of recognizing that on a macro level that it peaks on the last week of October, and you pull out the second to last week of October so that you're not there when it does peak and start plummeting, even if there was a few extra dollars or a few extra $1,000 on the table that you left on the table, you walked away with more than what you bought in. That is supposed to be the important part. And then when you buy in, you're not waiting for it to reach a specific dollar amount. You recognize that it typically bottoms out the last 2 weeks of quarter two. Yeah, the last 2 weeks of April and the first 2 weeks of May. So in quarter two, in that 30-day period, that's where it's at its lowest. You want to buy in sometime in that area. And, if you're going to hold it, you'll hold it until the last week of October. And that's how you're going to see your macro level changes. Now, you want to use some trade bots and do micro transactions, or if you want to get into it a little bit further and do a little bit more microscopic trading, the macro level trends are the easiest ones for you to follow when you're just starting out, but that's how you're seeing results. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just telling you guys the data that I've seen. And if you're trying to follow that data, that's how you do it. You do it when it's reasonably close to its lowest. So it could be going down as you buy in, but it will go back up after you buy in. And you're selling it when it's higher than what you bought in, but it doesn't have to reach its max level. It just has to be higher than what you paid for it. So don't be greedy. The greedy people are going to be the ones that get caught on the downturn. So you're trying to sell it. You're hoping that it's going to reach 70. It's at 65. If you try to sell it at 67 and it reaches 66 and drops back down, it never reached 67, so you never sold. And now you're trying to sell it at 45. That's how people get got. That's how you just lost 20 grand because you're waiting on it to reach a certain amount and it didn't reach that amount. You bought in at 40 and it's at 65. You should have sold at 64 and said, bump, I got 20. Right? Then when it did drop down to 40 or 35, you could have bought back in and you would have had way more. That's what people don't think about. Right? So it's not about timing the absolute bottoms, but it's going to be about correctly identifying the emerging winners during the period of consolidation after the initial panic has passed, but before the new reality is obvious to everyone else. This is going to be where diligent analysis pays off over emotional reactions. And that's where we lead into the third phase, which is crescendo. And this is going to be the final stage of 3 stages, where the crisis either moves towards a resolution or stabilizes into a predictable long-term stalemate. Like if they're still fighting each other until Donald Trump gets out of office, then it becomes the norm. If it becomes the norm, this is what the prices are going to look like. This is how profits and losses are going to happen, because this is how conflict is going to continue for another year and a half, right? So the worst of the uncertainty may be over, because the uncertainty is we're not sure if this is going to last. We're not sure if this is going to be good or bad. If we're understanding that it's going to last, even if we're not sure how bad it can get, we know that it's not going to get much worse than this. So we have a little less uncertainty. Volatility, as a result, is going to recede, and positive headlines may start to reappear. And that's going to be specifically for the market winners. A powerful surge upward as their success becomes undeniable is going to be one of the things that's going to encourage the largest majority of the companies that benefits these upturns, as opposed to the companies that are directly impacted on a permanent basis for the duration of the conflict. Like, for example, when we were talking about silver prices going up, silver prices went up when the conflict was a thing. Silver prices went back down when the conflict stopped being a thing. Silver prices is going back up again because the conflict started back up again. So as long as the conflict exists, the silver prices are going to be higher than they normally used to be, because silver prices used to be 10% of gold, and now they're a whole lot less than 10% of gold, while copper prices, irony, is 10% of silver, which is 1% of or close to 1% of gold. So the average individual, instead of trying to run at $4,000 an ounce for gold, might start running at the $65 or $70 an ounce for silver, or the $6 to $7 an ounce for copper, where the need for silver, copper, and gold in the industry has similar demands. For the green energy, for the solar panels and all that other stuff, for cell phones and everything to that effect. You know that your cell phone has a reasonable quantity of gold in the motherboard? Many people know that. Your phone got value to it. It per ounce is not a lot. You know, it's pennies on a dollar. But the fact is that your phone has copper, silver, and some gold in it inside of the mainframe, the hardware. But this investor behavior in this phase can be driven by 2 groups. First is going to be the latecomers, the people who found out after the fact and started diving in, like when Michael came to the show 2 hours late. These are going to be the investors who were too scared to buy during the capitalization phase and the consolidation phase. They're now buying in the last phase, when after the fact, when they're following the wave instead of being ahead of the wave, right? And that's going to be the trend that is obvious, and the good news is already out. They might finally feel safe enough to jump in, and chasing the performance of the winning sector, where people who already saw the winning sector as a winning sector was already buying in. That's where your profits come in, because if you bought in knowing that this was going to be good and other people realize that you were right and they dive in after you, the stock price goes up after you hold it, and that's where you see your profits at, right? The second group is going to be the early smart money individuals like us that are on this channel for this and that, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. Over the last 3 hours, we have talked about a plethora of things. Woo! Their money behavior may be the opposite of everybody else, because they're now engaged in profit making instead of just trying to get their foot in the door. And they might use the surge in buying from the latecomers as the liquidity to sell their position, because they bought during the consolidation phase when it was hard and uncertain, and they are now selling in the crescendo phase when it is easy and obvious to make a profit. Steven said, I considered Bitcoin before, but never acted on it and never will. I'll get into Bitcoin when Bitcoin is 10% of my portfolio. I'm not getting into Bitcoin when my portfolio is not $1 million. I'm gonna let you know right now. I don't give a fuck. My portfolio is 500,000. I'm not getting into Bitcoin when my portfolio is not $1 million. Where I can put $10,000 or $100,000 into Bitcoin as 10% of my money, or use the dividends from my portfolio, from my brokerage account, to put into Bitcoin, because that's really the sage investing would be that you take the top 10% of your money, which would ultimately be the profits from your principal, and put it towards volatility. And Bitcoin is the most volatile market there is. So you wouldn't put the money, you wouldn't put your principal on Bitcoin. You would put your cash principal on dividend paying stocks, and then you would take the dividend paying stocks that paid the dividends and use those dividends and put that on Bitcoin. You may even use the dividends and put it on the gold and silver and stuff, because you're taking the profit from the principal and putting it on other investment opportunities. So while you're considering Bitcoin, instead of just giving up on Bitcoin altogether, you consider Bitcoin and then do research on Bitcoin. Watch the trends. Watch the macro level trends. You might not be able to watch Bitcoin every minute of every day, but you are able to observe week to week or month to month how the trends have changed, season to season how the trends have changed, and year over year what has been the consistent behavior of Bitcoin seasonally. If you start with macro level transitions and then start working your way into mid-level transitions, you can start figuring out where you're going to get in. And even if you're buying and holding on Bitcoin, guess what? If you buy and hold Bitcoin and don't trade, you're getting 4%, which is the same as the treasury bonds. The volatility in Bitcoin is micro transactions, where you're buying and selling Bitcoin on a regular basis, daily, every minute of every day, or however. That's what the volatility is. But if you're buying and holding it for the sake of buying and holding it, you get a 4% return on investment year over year. So the question would be, when do I buy in if I'm going to be a long-term holder of Bitcoin? Which week between April and May do I buy in to receive the most return on my investment? Then, if I'm going to sell on macro level trends out of the year, which portion of the year do I sell? And how much of it do I sell? If Bitcoin usually drops 50% every year, if I buy into it, 100% of my investment will increase by a certain percentage. And at its peak, if I sold 50% of my revenue, 50% of my shares, I would be able to take that 50% and potentially reinvest it when it is 50% less, to get a total of 75% of what I started with the year before. That's macro level analyzations. So if I put up 100 grand and it went up to 150 and I sold it at 75 grand, right? Sold 75 grand of it when it went up to 150. Then when it drops down to 75 grand, I put 75 grand into it. I still have 75 grand, but I bought 75 grand at the price of 75 grand, which means now I have 150. And when it goes up a second time, that extra 150% would bring mine up to closer to 200 to 300,000, which means I actually am adding an extra 50% to my principal every season when I buy in when it's low and sell when it's high. And that's just 2 transactions a year. It's not nearly as much as what day traders do, but it is something that you can pay attention to and then get in there with the profits from the principal, not the principal. That's what you got to think about. So in this third phase that we were talking about, the great risk of the phase is going to be buying at the top. And that's one of the things that I was warning everybody about when they were buying into Bitcoin in October. Now you're buying at the top. The stocks of the crisis beneficiary sector may now be over-owned and trading at inflated valuations, just as the structural reasons for their outperformance might be starting to fade. Like if you're buying into silver during a peace treaty, probably not the smartest move because the stock is about to go down, right? A peace treaty could be announced, a blockade shipping lane is now cleared, and suddenly the windfall profits that justified those high stock prices are set to disappear. The latecomers can be left holding a bag where they bought in at $75 or $77 per troy ounce for the silver when it dropped down to $64 an ounce, where they lost out on $10 or $12 an ounce because they bought in at the top. The cycle then begins to reset because as capital rotates out of the crisis winners back into the peacetime economy, seeking out the next phase of growth is going to become what everybody else is doing. So if you're following the leader, you will be the one leaving the money on the table for those that are walking away with all the money on the table. And this 3-act drama, which is panic, sorting, and crescendo, is a useful framework for thinking about almost every geopolitical crisis and recognizing which act you are in, which is critical to navigating the chaos successfully. Now, the single most important takeaway about geopolitical chaos is that it is impacting in a non-uniform fashion. It's a force that creates brutal asymmetries, potentially generating immense wealth for specific sectors and regions while challenging others. While broad market indices might experience a temporary dip, beneath the surface, a violent reordering can take place. So understanding this divide is everything. Don't panic a lot of the times and sell, wait and see what happens. Because how many companies went out of business in the last 12 months? We're not talking about the 2008 recession. So let's start with the sectors that often come out ahead. These are going to be those areas where cheap can be gold. First and foremost are defense, security, and cybersecurity. This is going to be the most direct beneficiaries. When global tensions rise, national defense budgets tend to increase. It's a simple and reliable equation. This doesn't just benefit the handful of giant prime contractors. Often, interesting opportunities are in the second and third tiers of the supply chain, the smaller specialized companies that provide critical components like sensors or software to everybody. Furthermore, modern conflicts is waged online as much as on the battlefield. State-sponsored cyber attacks become a more prominent threat, driving demand for cybersecurity firms that protect critical infrastructures, financial networks, and government communications. Next are going to be energy, shipping, and commodities. These are sectors that are often beneficiaries of the supply chain disruption, because when a major energy producing region is embroiled in conflict or a critical choke point like the Strait of Hormuz is threatened, the global supply chain of oil and gas is put at risk. Prices can spike. Any producer located in a stable, non-sanctioned region might suddenly see its profit margins expand dramatically. Similarly, if major shipping lanes become unsafe, the companies that own the vessels that traverse those routes may be able to charge exorbitant rates for freight and insurance costs, especially after they blew up that ship. It's going to be a supply and demand shock. The same logic can apply to industrial materials and agricultural goods. If a major supplier of nickel, palladium, or wheat is taken offline by sanctioned producers elsewhere, in the world might be handed a windfall of profits. Then there's going to be gold and precious metals, which we spent weeks covering gold and precious metals and talking about for months different ways to invest in the picks and shovels instead of investing in the exact mining. We actually on the show not only cover where to go to get the ETFs for it, but where to go to get the actual precious metals, and then the cost of storing it versus getting insurance to cover it. We cover the whole thread on it. Gold plays a unique role in the crisis. It's not just an industrial asset. It is a monetary one. It's perceived as a classic safe haven asset, a store of value outside of any single government's control. During times of intense geopolitical stress, capital often flows into gold as a hedge against currency devaluations and systemic financial risks. It's also worth noting that central banks around the world have been significantly buying gold in recent years, like mass quantities of purchases, signaling a shift in its perceived role with the global financial system. So for investors, buying gold miners can offer leverage exposures. So if the price of gold rises by 10%, a mining company's profit might rise by a higher percentage because its cost to extract the material from the ground are relatively fixed. But they're going to get paid more money for what they extract out of the ground. Finally, we have the boring defense sector, like consumer staples and healthcare. When the world feels uncertain, investors gravitate toward businesses with inelastic demand, like Johnson & Johnson. People will cut back on luxury vacations and new cars long before they stop buying food, toothpaste, toilet paper, sanitizer, life-saving medicine. Companies in these sectors are prized for their potentially stable revenues and reliable dividend distribution. They may not offer the explosive upside of the defense or the energy stocks, but they can provide a crucial element of stability in any portfolio and capital preservation when more cyclical parts of the market are struggling, like real estate investment trusts, which are fantastic to invest in because they give you quick money now for a very cheap price, but you cannot guarantee that the dividend distribution value is going to be the same over the course of 20 years. But you can guarantee that Johnson & Johnson is going to be the same price every year if it doesn't go up. That's the difference. One gives you fast money now, but that amount might differ year over year, while the other one gives you the same amount of money or more year over year. And when you're getting one that stabilizes your portfolio to offset the volatility of one that gives you fast cash in an unstable fashion, you balance out the volatility and can perceivably create, in some situations, a stable income between the two and just live off of your portfolio. And a lot of individuals, we covered this quite a few times on the show as well, a lot of individuals that are living off of their brokerage account as a retirement fund, not just selling off their shares, those individuals usually have 80 to 100% of their portfolio as 100% dividend paying stocks, meaning that every stock in the portfolio pays out a dividend. And if you have a larger majority of stocks that increase the dividend price year over year, your income increases year over year, which offsets the inflation year over year. Whereas real estate investment trusts and BDCs that give a high quantity of capital year over year may give you less capital year over year per share price. While the shares are cheaper, you can buy more shares so that you can still get the same amount of money. The fact is that per share, the amount of money you might get is less year over year, depending on the volatility of the market at the time. While it can go back up, the fact is that a lot of people run from it because they don't want to lose the guarantee over the course of 10, 15, 20 years. Now, let's turn to the sectors that tend to struggle. So we're about 60% of the way through, guys. We probably got another 30 minutes left. These are going to be the areas where value can be challenged, not just repriced. The most Vulnerable are often local markets and emerging economies at the center of the crisis. Geopolitical chaos is, above all, a local phenomenon. So it's not happening all over the world. It's just happening in this specific area. So while the S&P 500 might dip, the stock market of the country at the center of the chaos can be hit a whole lot harder. Research from the IMF shows that international military conflicts can hit emerging market stocks especially hard. As we discussed, their sovereign risk premiums can rise sharply, triggering massive capital flight and currency collapse. These stocks may look cheap after a major fall, but they are often value traps. The risk of permanent impairment of assets being nationalized, destroyed, or rendered worthless is simply higher. Next are the highly cyclical and levered companies. And these are going to be the businesses whose fortunes are tied directly to economic optimism and discretionary spending, such as airlines and cruises. These are the poster children for this particular type of group. Their business models rely on people feeling safe and prosperous enough to travel. A war or a major terrorist event can destroy that feeling instantaneously. Luxury brands also can suffer as high-end consumers pull back. So branding, people who waste money on branding, when they can't afford to waste that money on branding, those brands end up diminishing in value. What makes these sectors so dangerous during a crisis is often leverage. These are capital intensive businesses with high fixed costs and frequently large amounts of debt. A sharp drop in revenue can quickly erase their profits and lead to breaches of their debt convenience, forcing them into bankruptcy or highly dilutive equity rises just to survive, meaning they start selling off a lot of for the company, downsizing, reducing the quantity of branches that they have accessible just to stay afloat. Finally, there are going to be import dependent manufacturers. Now, these are going to be companies on the wrong end of the supply chain channel. A modern manufacturing business is a miracle of global logistics, often relying on thousands of parts sourced from dozens of countries, right? A crisis that disrupts a single link in that chain can bring the entire operation to a standstill. Like, for example, Ford, made in America, allegedly. Truth is, built in America. A lot of its components come from other countries. If one of those components is no longer accessible due to conflict in another country, then that part can't go on that vehicle. If that part cannot be replaced on that vehicle, the supply chain stops until that part can be replaced or modified or in some way, shape, or form altered. So a release of a specific quantity of vehicles may be reduced. Take, for example, Tesla batteries, not related. Tesla Cybertrucks were not mass produced as often as they wanted to produce them because they had a limited production of Tesla batteries. Regardless of why they had a limited production of Tesla batteries, the fact is that that was a major component in the development of those vehicles, and the mass production of those vehicles were halted by the fact that they didn't have as many batteries as they needed to produce the quantity of vehicles that they wanted to produce, right? A European car maker that depends on a wire harness from a conflict zone, or a tech company that needs a specific rare earth mineral from a country facing sanctions, could see its input costs soar and the production line halt. Their margins get compressed from both ends, rising costs and falling production. This is the hidden vulnerability that many investors overlook until it's far too late. This is just like that conflict that was happening over in Ukraine, where there were precious metals involved. Every time you drop a bomb on the land, the problem that you have is that the precious minerals on that land are no longer mineable. So preventing the bombing of that particular country preserves whatever minerals are in that area that's being bombed, right? So you can't mine in a place that you're afraid for your safety, which means that everything that was supposed to come out of there doesn't come out of there the way they would want it to come out of there because they're under attack. So in order to preserve the trade lines, you got to stop attacking, right? What do you think the discussions were about? It wasn't because we valued lives. You and I both know that that man said one thing when he went to Venezuela: oil. Not liberation, not rescue, oil. That's what he said. And that was in Venezuela. So you know, when they were having discussions about Ukraine, it was precious minerals. You know what's happening in Iran, that's oil. You know what's going to happen in Cuba is going to be it's not because we value the people. Right? And as insensitive as that sounds, capitalism is about capitalizing on somebody else. We're either going to be benefiting from your inability to do it, your lack of accessibility to resources, your lack of knowledge of the situation, or your desperateness. We're capitalizing. And there's also another one: your laziness. If you don't want to do it, that's where we capitalize. Pain points are things that are outside of your control that you need or want fixed, and that's what we capitalize on. And luxuries or conveniences or things that you don't want to deal with, but you actually could, so you pay somebody else to do it for you, right? And we can charge a premium for the luxury of you not having to deal with that. Think about if you were trying to move. Think about if you're trying to move. Imagine the Beverly Hillbillies. Now, a lot of y'all watching the show are middle-aged, so all of y'all grew up in my generation. Y'all seen the Beverly Hillbillies at least once. The beginning of that show was that they struck gold in, I think, Texas or something. Then they packed up all of their stuff in the back of their vehicle and they drove to California, if I remember correctly, and then they lived the rich lifestyle, right? It cost them the gas and time to get to the new location because they moved themselves. Imagine how much it would have cost to put a 5-bedroom house and maybe a barn and 10 people on a freight truck, where they put everybody's stuff on a freight truck and ship it to the new country. I mean, to the new state. And then they grab a plane ticket and fly first class to the new state. Their travel would have been more because they would have been paying for the convenience of the movers, the transport vehicles, the first class flights, all of the food and drinks and everything that's on it, the catering and everything to that effect. Then if the limo service is going to drive them from the airport to the house that they're buying when they get there. And then if they're living in the house, notice the Beverly Hillbillies did not have maids and all of this other stuff. But what if they did? Now you have a whole salary of employees to live that higher life. So when you think about the cost of convenience, capitalism is not about, oh, I care about you as a person. No, I can profit off of you. It benefits you that I'm here, but it benefits me that you're paying me to do it. And that's why they say some of the best jobs in the world is something that you're willing to do for free that you can actually get a profit from. Because I mean, if it's not about the money, I'm going to love what I do. But if I love how much I get paid, even though I hate what I do, I might gripe about the job, but be the first person to jump in there and get it done. And that is usually what everybody gets. We get a better paying job that we hate. It ain't worth having if it ain't worth complaining about, right? But we very rarely get a job that we love, because the things that we love to do, we can't get paid for. Yeah, I know so many people can get paid for playing video games, but how many people actually pay for playing video games? We would love to get paid to play sports, but how many of us actually get paid to play sports? While the people who play sports get paid millions of dollars, how many of us actually get paid to play sports? Most of us do it for free. People get paid to fish and hunt and everything like that, but how many of us actually get paid to fish and hunt? See what I'm saying? So understanding this great sector divide is going to be the core to navigating geopolitical chaos. It's not about perfectly timing the market. It's going to be about understanding the machine and positioning for the systemic redistributions of wealth that it can set in motion at any given time. So understanding the framework of the channel, phases, and sector is going to be the first and most critical step. It's going to be the difference between reacting to the fear and responding to structure. So if you want to see how these principles applies in real time to the current market events and go deep into some of the analyses on specific companies and the trends that are being shaped by today's geopolitical landscapes, you want to make sure that you subscribe to the channel, hit those notification buttons, tiptoe on over to the YouTube side of things, and go and look at the membership and see some of the deep dive information that we put into the membership, because we provide content to you guys every day so far on the membership to keep you guys up to date with insider information on all of the stuff that I talk about on the show. The machine never stops running, and neither does our analysis of the machine. So usually at the top of the show, if I have updates of some things that we've been watching, I typically give you guys the updates at the top of the show, which is why I tell you guys to hit that notification button as well as master reaction buttons while you're here, so that you can see at the beginning of the show exactly what changed since the last time we talked. And we're here every day, right? So after laying out the sheer mechanical force of geopolitical chaos, it is easy to become pessimistic, to assume that every crisis is a prelude to a prolonged bear market. But historical data tells a very different and often more optimistic story, at least for the broader market. The reality is that at the index level, the market can have an incredibly short memory. Geopolitical shocks are often sharp but transient. Decades of research have analyzed the market's reactions to major crises. The pattern that emerges is going to be remarkably consistent. Though past performance is no guarantee of the future results, according to some analyses of historical events, the average total drawdown for a broad market index like the S&P 500 following a major geopolitical event is often in the single digits. Even in more extreme cases, the declines are typically in the range of a standard market correction. And a market correction means that after the dip, it bounces back to what it was, if not goes slightly higher than that. So while this might feel terrifying in the moment, it's important for context. While even more striking news that you guys got to pay attention to is going to be the potential speed of that recovery, because historical data from sources like LPL Research suggested that on average, the market tends to hit its bottom just a few weeks after an event. So it starts going on the decline the day that the news starts talking about stuff hit the fan. A few weeks after it starts talking about it, a few weeks after it becomes normal conversation, it hits bottom and then it starts recalibrating and potentially start going back up. And the recovery of the previous peak, the average time in their sample was just over a month. Think about what happened with the government shutdown in October. Everything started going down until about the 4th or 15th of November. And then when everybody started getting their paychecks in December, everything started going back around the 4th or 15th of December. 30 days after they said they're going to start releasing the paychecks. I called it in September of 2025. You don't believe me? Go look at some of the shows I was talking about in September 2025. And I think every Monday, I talked about it in October and November through the shutdown, where you guys were able to see it here in real time, how it went down, how it's going down, and how it's going to start going back up shortly after everybody gets their first paycheck. And why is it going to go back up shortly after everybody gets their paycheck? It's because the economy is down due to the lack of spending. Nobody's got money to spend. That's why the stocks are down on those particular impacted stocks. People get their paycheck. What's the first thing they're going to do? Restock. So they're going to start spending, which that all of the companies that are down because nobody in that area has money, those companies are going to blow up as soon as they start getting their money. Because the majority of Americans are wasteful. We don't put our money in the right places. That's why we see, like, typically a couple of weeks after the conflict happens, we see a dip, and then a month later, it comes back. The lesson here is going to be profound. Markets dislike uncertainty for more than they dislike bad news. Far more than bad news, they dislike uncertainty. Right? The initial plunge is going to be a reaction to the unknown. Once the scope of the conflict or crisis becomes clearer, even if the news itself is still bad, the market begins to price it in and stabilize. Just like, for example, the situation that's going on with Iran, started in February, started back up in July, probably going to continue through the rest of the year. They're starting to treat it like it's normal business. It's way different than what it was when it wasn't happening in January, started happening in February, wasn't happening in late March, early April, then picked back up in July. The uncertainty of whether or not conflict would occur is the reason why the market was so volatile in Q2 and Q3, or Q1 and Q2 of 2026. Research also confirms that 6-month to 12-month returns following a geopolitical shock can be positive, suggesting the event becomes less visible on the long-term charts. Meaning that the conflict that we're dealing with right now, we're going to get used to. And if the conflict continues to July of next year, we're not even going to be wanting to talk about it because it's common knowledge. We already know. We've already priced it in. We're expecting gas prices to be $5 a gallon next year. So when it happens, it's not going to be a shock. Right? It'll be a shock if the gas prices go down to $2.25 this year. That would be a shock, but I don't see that happen. This presents a critical paradox. So how can these events be so disruptive at the sector level, yet so fleeting at the index level? Well, the answer to that is going to lie in the composition of the index itself. So the S&P 500 is a diversified basket of the largest and most powerful companies in the world, not just in the United States. The devastating losses in the airline or in the tourism sector can be offset by a massive gain in the defense and energy sector, which is also included in the S&P 500. The machine creates winners and losers, and in broad spectrum index, in the broad spectrum indexes that we talk about on the show, their effects can partially cancel each other out. That's why you build a diversified portfolio where one industry competes with the other industry in a magnitude where one falls and the other one rises. You have both. If you experience a fall in one, you're going to experience a fall in the other, which hedges the loss. If you have healthcare and you have military contracts, you got two that went up. But if you had military contracts and you had consumer staples and consumer staples went down, but military went up, you just offset military staples or military contracts with consumer staples. That's diversifying portfolios. And we have, too bad you guys aren't looking at us on the YouTube channel. We have 54 of them. We got a bunch of them going across the screen right now. That is showing you guys different companies from different areas that will cover a large majority of these sectors. And out of the 54 of them that we monitor, we give you an update off of which ones are paying dividends this month or over the next 60 days, so that you guys can take a look at them, do your research, and decide whether or not you're going to grab them. The machine creates winners and losers in these broad spectrum scenarios, right? So this is arguably going to be one of the most important pieces of information for the average long-term investor, not short-term gratification. Because short-term gratification, if it dipped after you bought in, you're either taking a loss or riding a wave. But if you're a long-term investor, you're buying and holding for the long term, for after Donald Trump dies, because conflict might happen as long as he's making short-term decisions. But either after he's no longer president or after he's no longer alive, where he can no longer run for president, you're in a whole new era of how will the market provide for the shareholders. So when you have a 20 or 30-year plan, that man is in his late 80s, early 90s. He is not going to be here another 20 years. If he's here for another 5 or 10, you know what I mean? I know that I've noticed right now there's a lot of people in their 90s. And so if he's like 95, you know, he might give us 8 or 9 more years, but the 10-year mark, he shouldn't be here, right? Even not even in office, if he's even alive, he shouldn't even be here, which means he's not going to be impacting the market. So what is your investment going to be when he's not here? If what you're investing in now is cheaper, but it was higher when he wasn't in office, when he's no longer impacting the economy, what do you think is going to happen to those stocks? They're probably going to go back up. So if you buy and hold it over the long term, your long-term strategy is don't let those things disappear. Double down on them while they're low, because when the valuation happens and it goes back up, you will already have it at its cheapest price in the last probably 20 years. That's not something people think about. So if your strategy is to simply own a diversified low-cost index fund, history strongly suggests that one of the worst things you can do during a geopolitical crisis is to panic and sell it. Because by doing so, you are likely to sell at the bottom, locking in whatever losses that you have and missing out on the swift recovery that often follows every dip. What goes down must go up in investments, unless the company goes out of business. So the real game, the one that creates lasting wealth or destruction, is usually not playing at the index level. It's played at the sector, industry, and individual companies level. The big picture tends to recover, but the individual components can be permanently rearranged. Theory is useful, but execution is going to be what matters. So how do you translate this understanding of geopolitical mechanics into a practical portfolio strategy? Well, the goal isn't to be immune to the chaos, but to build a portfolio that is anti-fragile, one that can not only withstand shock, but permanently benefit from them. This is going to require a thoughtful approach that considers the life cycle of crisis. So in your first phase, you want to prepare before the storm. Resilience isn't something that you find in crisis. It is something that you build long before the crisis occurs. You understand that apocalypse nuts, that we call them, is the individuals that we call them paranoid, that they're buying all of this stuff in case something happens. What I identify as being over prepared at the most inopportune time, meaning that you have more resources than you need while you don't need them. But the thing is, getting it before you need it is easier than trying to find it after everybody realizes that it's needed. Take, for example, bottled water. Most of us do not drink water out of the faucet anymore. Most of us drink bottled water. But how many of us have a 6-month supply of water in our house right now? The majority of us might have enough water to last us for a month. If that, some of us only have enough water to last us till our next paycheck. But every time we're told that there's a hurricane, a tornado, a thunderstorm, an earthquake, or any kind of natural disaster, Walmart gets bought up, and ironically, during that timeline, water gets overpriced. If you have a surplus of water in your house when there was no storm, you would have bought the water at its cheapest price. And then when everybody else was panic buying, you wouldn't even have to buy water that day. Being overly prepared when you don't need it is the best way to be prepared for the chaos when the chaos happens. The foundation of an anti-fragile portfolio is going to be robust, diversified baselines. And this means moving beyond the simple stocks and bonds portfolios and thinking in terms of risk factors. So as conceptual models, a resilient portfolio might include several distinct buckets. For example, a portion in high qualified fixed incomes to provide stability and dry powder. Another part could be defense equities, like consumer staples, and healthcare giants. Then a dedicated chaos allocation of something like gold or other precious metals could act as a pure safe haven asset. And then finally, another slice might be allocated to the sectors that can benefit from supply disruptions, like energy, commodities, and logistics. The exact percentage here are just an example, but the principle is going to be what's important. So building a portfolio with components designed to perform well in different environments like growth, recession, and chaos is going to be what you're focusing on. Phase two, during the meal storm, when a crisis hits, the mantra is analyze, isolate, then act. You don't act because you saw it on the news. You see what they're talking about, do some research on it, try to do a long-term analysis perspective, and then take action based on what you know. Panic is going to be your biggest enemy. The first step is to analyze the event through the lens of the three channels that we talked about earlier. Which trade routes are going to be affected? What capital flows are being triggered? What policies are being enacted? And the second step is to isolate the specific sectors and regions that appear to be structural winners and losers. Which ones are in your portfolio, which ones are not. Then, and only then, do you act. This isn't about wholesaling. It's going to be about making deliberate tilts. You might trim your exposure to the sectors that you've identified as clear losers, ones that are permanently not going to recover from the situation, who are now facing existential headwinds. At the same time, you use the liquidity that you have, which is the cash and bonds that you held for this very purpose, to begin scaling into the sectors that you've identified as potential winners. Now, another way to operate these is for those of us that are reoccurringly adding more capital to our principal, you may reallocate or redistribute our capital to a different principal. So instead of continuously investing in a volatile market, and instead of selling that market, because like Steven said, he's not going to sell anything, you may stop buying into that market and start buying into a different market that's more beneficial to you, which would still offset how that particular negatively impacted market impacts your portfolio. Because if it was 55% of your portfolio and now it's 30% of your portfolio, it doesn't matter if you sold it to get that way or if you bought more of something else with the principal to get that way. But either way it goes, you have less of it impacting your portfolio because you have changed which direction your money goes. To begin scaling into the sectors that you're going to identify as winners, you might increase your allocations to defense or energy stocks, which you can now buy at prices that may not have yet fully reflected the new reality. Like when I told you guys to buy Oracle stock before the contracts got signed for TikTok, y'all would have bought it. Y'all would have seen that boom. Liquidity in a crisis is not just safety. It is power. It's the ammunition that allows you to take advantage of the mispricing that can be created by the capitalization phase. Then after the flood, a crisis portfolio is not a permanent allocation. Once the crescendo phase begins and your war stocks are making headlines, it's time to think about rebalancing. One of the biggest mistakes that investors can make is falling in love with their winners, buying and holding even though you know that this is a temporarily good stock. A defense stock that has tripled is no longer an overlooked opportunity. It's a crowd trade. So the process here is to consider gradually taking profits from the crisis beneficiary sector that has become over-owned and overvalued. So if you bought into it when nobody was looking at it, and now everybody's chasing after it, and you're looking at the price going up, while it's going up, you're walking away from it. Why is that? because while it is overpriced, this is the closest or closer to the peak, and you don't want to be this close. When the conflict stops, and it will stop at the drop of a hat. When the conflict stops, not if, when the conflict stops. If you haven't already gotten out of it, you will have missed the difference between what you bought in at and where its peak would have been. And your profit margin is only going to be the difference between how much you bought it versus how much you sold it. So the more it goes up, the more you get rid of it till there's nothing left. Now you're not paying attention to that one because that one is going to go down while you're in something that is about to go up. Being ahead of the trend, trendsetters. Now, you can then use the proceeds to recenter your portfolio back towards the long-term baseline allocations that you usually would have invested in. And this might mean buying back into high quality growth or cyclical stocks that were unfairly punished during the panic and are now poisoned to, or not poisoned, but poised or designed or restructured to recover as normalcy returns. So the goal is going to be rotate out of the asset that benefited from the chaos and back into the assets that benefit from peace and innovation. And this disciplined rebalancing turns a temporary tactical opportunity into a potential permanent addition to your long-term returns, which is one of the reasons why I actually follow like 54 of those stocks, but I only talk about the whatever 8 to 20 of that are being dealt with over the next 60 days. Steven says, I did turn off the drip. All dividends are going into Erie now. Smart move. You had CSCW stock. I can't remember the full name of that one, but that one was also another good stock that you had mentioned. And if you're putting some in Erie and putting some in the other one, those two are actually up right now, but they're continuing to grow and their dividends are also continuing to grow as well. So putting more into some of those is also beneficial for you in the meantime as well, because those are going to be long-term growth stocks as opposed to the short-term growth that you're getting from the REITs and BDCs. You do want the fast cash from the REITs and BDCs, but you don't want to be like 80% dependent on REITs and BDCs for a long period of time. Once you get enough capital in there, wherever your goals are set, once you cross over those goals, then you want to start rebalancing into the less volatiles. And CSCW, I think, is 10.9% return on investment on a pre-tax before shareholders get paid kind of stock, which is going to be the highest one that we have in our portfolio. That is a tax favored stock, whereas the other ones that are higher than 10%, that are like 15% and 22%, those are REITs and BDCs that are tax stocks, that are not tax favorable stocks. So if you're trying to diversify away from non-tax favorable stocks to tax favorable stocks, that would be another reason why you would turn off the drip and then put the money in other stocks. Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, DHT Holdings, International Seaway, Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola, all of those other ones, right? Finally, we're on the back 25% of the show. We're almost done, y'all. Surviving and thriving through geopolitical turmoil requires a set of non-negotiable risks for control. These are going to be the rules that keep you in the game when emotions are running high. First, limit leverage. Using margin or excessive debt to invest in volatile, geopolitically sensitive assets is a recipe for disaster. So you want to leverage magnifying gains, but it is also magnifying losses. So a sharp, unexpected downdraft can trigger a margin call, forcing you to sell at the worst possible moment and during a manageable paper loss, in turning that manageable paper loss into a catastrophic permanent one. And when we're talking about margin calls, we're talking about people who leverage their portfolio for a line of credit or a cash loan or something to that effect, and they did something with that money. Now that your stock prices have reached below the margin call threshold, now they're calling you to sell your stocks and reduce the quantity of debt that you owe towards the quantity of money that they loaned you, so that they can maintain their profits in your portfolio. Because if you have $100,000 and you borrow 70 grand against that $100,000, and then that $100,000 drops to $65,000, they're going to margin call you to probably drop down to $60,000, which causes you to lose out on $10,000 worth of stuff that you otherwise could have bounced back off of had you not had so much borrowed against it. But I've also told you guys not to borrow more than 60% of your portfolio. So if you have $100,000 there and you're borrowing at $60,000 of your portfolio, especially if you're reinvesting in your portfolio where your portfolio now has $160,000, if you lost 10 or 20%, or in some situations 30 or 40%, you would still be above the 60 grand that you put into your portfolio, which allows for a larger buffer on the allocation of money that you borrowed against, which gives you more of an opportunity to pay that money down before the margin call is required, right? But it's not going to be on the macro level of your portfolio. It is going to be on the share price per item in your portfolio. So if one stock drops too much, that stock might have a margin call on it, whereas other stocks may not, right? Steven says, I never did buy that CSDW I found. Bro, I've been had that. The day that you told me about it, I went and got it. He said, put a couple bucks on it tomorrow when I get paid. Oh, yeah. Shoot. Soon as you showed me that in the membership, bro, I did research on it. I cross-referenced it for you, and then I put it into my portfolio. I told you, 22 stocks right now is what you and I are supposed to have. Because outside of the ones that you bought, my portfolio should mirror your portfolio, because I told you this is exactly where I am right now. And I stuck those two in there. I didn't take anything out. I just stuck those two in there and rebalanced some capital to those. That way they're in there. And when I decide to add more to them, I'll add more to them. But as it stands, they are right where I can see them. Both of the stocks that you mentioned, they're right where I can see them. Always maintain a bucket of cash or short-term bonds that can cover your near-term financial needs. Okay, this is a rule of thumb, equivalent to having emergency funds for when you lose your job. Having some actual capital floating around that isn't tied up in a sale or a purchase, right? This is going to be what prevents you from ever becoming a forced seller. Because if you have to sell a stock to pay your bills right after the market has dropped 15% in a panic, you have already lost the game. So liquidity gives you staying power. Just like I was telling Steven, instead of running out there buying all that extra stuff that you clearly don't need, you can charge your books to your student ID, which will put it on your tuition bill. They will take the difference and give you a return back, instead of taking your paycheck or selling off any stocks, bonds, and real estate to go and buy these items that you want to buy. Don't waste money on new school clothes. Wear the nicer clothes that you already own, and then just go to school like that, and then only fix on the car what will cause the car to break down over the next 2 weeks. And then, if anything, fix your car with the refund money before you put the rest of the refund money on the brokerage account. So instead of taking out of your investment portfolio, no matter where that is at, instead of taking it out of your investment portfolio, take it out of the money that's coming to you before you put it into the brokerage account, and just live off of what you've got. You do not want to cash out of your portfolio anywhere in your portfolio simply because the fall semester started. That's a waste of money. Because the fall semester starting is a 2-week event. The first week of drop ad, and the second week of now let me figure out how to get my homework done on time. And then after that, you're dealing with like a week or two later, you get the refund. So if it can wait until September 15th, let it wait until September 15th. You only get what you need right now. But if it can wait until September 15th, let it wait until September 15th. Get your refund in first and then go and buy what you want to buy with your refund money, where you're not sacrificing anything that could cause you to face a penalty or to accept a loss on any item that you have in the market right now. Third, you want to use rules, not impulses, which, Stephen, what you were about to do was an impulse. And I hope that you didn't do it yet. And if you haven't done it, don't do it. Before crisis hits, define your plan. What is your definition of a structural winner? What is your entry criteria? More importantly, always, you want to know what is your exit criteria. You should be using this for relationships. What's the criteria to get started in this? And what's the criteria to get the fuck out of here? And fellas, more than ladies, we need to have an exit strategy. And that exit strategy should include her not walking away with half of our estate. Think about it now. Another question you need to think about with investments: at what point are you taking profits? Writing these rules down beforehand acts as a critical circuit breaker against the emotional impulses of fear and greed that are so powerful during a crisis, which, Stephen, gluttony was buying fancy clothes for your first week of school. Panic buying was buying books out of your paycheck when you can just charge it to your student ID and let them add it to your overall tuition bill. And then when they give you the refund from the grants and scholarships that you have, because you have a full ride, and that full ride includes your textbooks, your lab coat, your glasses, your whatever they got to sell in the school, rulers, protractors, laptops, whatever they got to sell in the school, all of it, you can charge it to your student ID and they will take it out of your bill, and then they will give you whatever's left over. Usually in a direct deposit if you have your bank account on file at the Broussard's office, whatever the financial aid, their local institution. I should know. I've been a career student for 10 years. Made a living off of them. Finally, and most importantly, this is going to be the biggest rule that you guys got to remember: accept transients at the index level. Remember the data. Broad market indices have historically recovered and often do so quickly. Do not panic sell your entire diversified portfolio of global stocks simply because of what you saw in the news. The outsized gains and catastrophic losses from geopolitical chaos are overwhelmingly concentrated in specific geographies and specific industries. Your core long-term holdings should probably be left alone. The game is played on the edges through the tactical tilts and the understanding of sectorial dynamics. So by internalizing this, you can let the storm rage, secure in the knowledge that while parts of the market are being rewritten, your foundation is still secure. And that's why we have a core satellite portfolio, where the core of the portfolio is not going to fluctuate, and a satellite of the portfolio is modifiable to our preferences and industrial or geopolitical changes. And seasonally, which we've covered on the show more often than not, we have covered when certain industries are less profitable, when other industries are more profitable, and how to transition between the two, if you so care to do so. For most of the world, geopolitical chaos is a terrifying spectacle of unpredictable violence and instability. For the markets, it's something else entirely. It's a machine, a repricing engine that tends to operate on a discernible blueprint, systematically altering profits, risks, premiums, and trade itself. It often works through three core channels: the physical disruption of supply chains, the global repricing of risk, and the direct hand of government policies. While the initial shock often triggers a brief, indiscriminate panic, the enduring market reaction is one of separation. A great divide can open up between sectors that tend to benefit, like defense, energy, shipping, and gold, and those that tend to be hurt, like leveraged, cyclical, import dependent firms, and the local markets at the heart of wherever the storm is located at. The greatest mistake an investor can make is to see this chaos as a reason to bet on the direction of the entire market. That's like the worst thing to do. The data is going to be clear. The broad indices are remarkably resilient, historically recovering from shocks in the matter of months, if not weeks in some situations. So the real enduring opportunity is not in the noise of the index, but in the signals from the sectors themselves. It's going to be lying in understanding the common psychology patterns of the crisis, from capitalization to consolidation to crescendo, and identifying the asset that are being fundamentally revalued during that middle sorting phase. So the headlines will always scream chaos because that's how they get their views. You put up chaos, people want to look into it, right? But underneath that noise, there's a blueprint. And it's not about predicting the next war. It's about understanding the machine it sets in motion. As for those who do, chaos is not just a threat. It is clarification. So when I come and talk about what's going on with the conflicts overseas, I could care less about the war. I could care less about what's happening over there. What I care about is, how does it impact my money? How is it impacting it now? How will it impact it over the fall? How is it going to impact my money over the wintertime? We were supposed to expect a downturn in gas prices due to the treaty, and then the treaty stopped. We see an increase in gas prices. We're supposed to expect a downturn in gas prices during the fall and the winter, but we may not experience that. Recognizing that climate change has moved all of our seasons by like 90 days. So the hottest part of the year is going to be September. Everybody believed that the weather was going to get better at the beginning of August, and that was a lie. Nobody listened to me on that. But it's not, the weather's not going to start cooling off until October. But it's not going to be winter until January. The coldest part of the year is February and March, when we start experiencing snow. Believe it or not. Places that stay snow year round, but the places that get snow one season out of year is starting to experience snow on the 3rd or 4th week of January, 1st and 2nd week of February, 1st and 2nd week of March. That's the new winter, believe it or not. Traditionally, we call it spring. Oh, it's snowing in spring. No, climate change pushed spring to June, July, and August, and summer is August, September, October. Fall, October, November, December. So mid-month changes. That's where we are right now. Nobody cares about global warming, but there's global warming right there in your face. All the seasons have shifted. When people said the planet shifted on its axis, boom, there it goes. So when you're thinking about what you're going to invest in, consumer staples, sweaters are not going to be in season until January, even if they go on sale right now. You're going to catch the discounts before it gets cold. In fact, consumer staples, you might want to invest in the companies that are selling summer stuff in the winter, because everybody goes and gets their sexy bathing suit thing in the springtime. The wintertime is January, February, March. We're going to call that spring. That's not true, though. January, February, and March, people are going to be buying their bathing suits for July and August, right? If you're looking into these particular type of specific companies in the industry, you're investing in them out of season. And why are you going to invest in them out of season? Because you want to own the stock before the stock goes up, not while the stock is going up, not after the stock starts going up. Because if you buy the stock after it starts going up, you are buying into the peak. If you're buying the stock before it goes up, you have it before it starts to peak. And if you're getting rid of it as it goes up, you're locking in your profits before it peaks. And if you start paying attention to it that way, while I still do not recommend that you try timing the market, you would be more successful with timing transitions if you're doing it ahead of the macro level trends. The macro level trends. Because even I can't predict the micro level trends, but the macro level trends can aid you in your transitions. Now, we've been through a lot of stuff today. That's all I've got for you guys for today. 4 hours in. Gosh. Actually, I don't know if I put this into the membership, but I'm going to definitely make sure that I put this into the membership. So what I'm going to start off by doing is saying, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, we're going to keep asking ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give you this information to give you guys the capabilities to make you guys higher value men, not just by increasing your financial life, but also by increasing your decision-making skills. And ladies, while this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, you too can make yourselves higher value women by prioritizing the things in your life that are inside of your control, and then changing the things that you don't like while navigating around the things that are outside of your control. And then I tell everybody, well, ladies, also, if you pay attention to the right suitors and pay attention to their personality and their characteristics, pay attention to their drive, ambition, dedication, admiration, and integrity to accomplish their goals, and then see how their goals mesh with your goals so that you guys can work on long-term satisfaction goals together instead of short-term gratification goals, you can find that you and your partner can accomplish your goals together a whole lot faster. And I tell everybody this part that, you know, 2 people can make it to $1 million faster than 1, but you guys have to have similar financial values. One of you guys is living in the moment, and the other one of you is preparing for the future. You guys will always be fighting over money. You're not going to go as far, because every time that you sacrifice long-term satisfaction for short-term gratification, yes, you can live in the moment. You can have a good time now. Yes, you can build memories for now, but in the future, you are going to regret the life you're currently living while remembering the good times when you did all of that extra stuff with all your money. So, for example, all of those parents who spent all their tax return money on their kids' prom, them children had probably one of the best nights of their entire life, literally, because the quantity of money that their mommy and daddy spent on their prom is more money than what they're probably going to be able to spend as adults on their wedding or their job promotions or anything that they do in their lives, because they weren't utilizing that money in an appropriate and effective fashion to improve the household. They utilize the extra capital for short-term entertainment, short-term gratification, where that $10, $20, $30, $50,000 could have bought those children cars, brand new cars for college, could have paid for their tuition, could have bought their school clothes, could have bought, because you got to understand, it happened this year. It happened in March, April, and May of this year. It could have paid for their first semester in college right now in August, September, and October, but no, it was wasted on prom. And that is the worst financial decisions to make, is to impulse buy in short-term gratification simply because you got it. You need to take the extra money that you get and put it towards long-term gratification. If that 30 grand that they would have gotten, where it was $25,000 worth of tax return money from tips plus another $3,000 to $5,000 worth of money from child care, so all parents would have been looking at something really close to 30 grand, because that's what the cash was set at. 30 grand, you could have put that in a brokerage account where you're getting paid $3,000 a year on top of what you already make. You could have, like I said, bought a $10,000 car cash up front. You could have put $10,000 on their tuition. Could have used the money to buy a house where you no longer have to pay rent anymore, and now you have a guaranteed a stable house situation, because now as long as you pay the mortgage, you'll never get put out. You won't have to worry about the 4% increase. if you don't care about the condition of the house, where you're not trying to put a bunch of extra money into renovating and rebuilding the house from the ground up, you can actually live in the fully functional move-in ready house that you have for 10, 15, 20 years. And eventually, as you put money aside, build the capital to fix the things that don't need to be fixed right now, but would make the house a lot better if you did fix it later, and work on your future. That's something that nobody was taught. This stuff isn't taught in college. This is not in home economics in high school. This is not any of the accounting classes or the business classes that we take in college. This information is common knowledge that the top 1% teach their kids before their kids inherit the business, and the bottom 50% don't know it to teach their kids. And that's the reason why we live paycheck to paycheck, because we watched our parents live paycheck to paycheck, because they watched their parents live from paycheck to paycheck. But nobody ever stops and listens and decides to talk about with their friends and family about how can we, forward thinking, stop living from paycheck to paycheck and start living off the interest from the principal that we earn from our paychecks. And I can tell you right now, with all of y'all that's watching me on all these different channels right now, if you stop and think, how many times have y'all talked with y'all's friends about making extra legal money that would make money for you, where you would not have to struggle to make money going forward? I know I told y'all just yesterday how my homeboy gave me a $250,000 idea, and I ran that $250,000 idea for several years, right? And I was legitimately buying $45,000 vehicles back before I started this podcast, where I had bought a fleet of brand new vehicles, same dealership. I was walking in like, I want that one, because I was balling. I learned better now, and now I'm doing things differently, where I would not have made that decision had I known then what I know now. But the fact is that $250,000 decision, if I would not have talked to my homeboy about it, I would not have known about it. So when I talk to my homeboy, I talk about forward thinking. What can we do to make money? Start up businesses, invest in those businesses, turn those businesses to a profit. What ideas do we have that we can put into action, that we can bring to a profit? Not, oh, it would be nice if I won a lottery, or it would be nice if I found a bag of $1 million lying on the sidewalk. What can I do to legally bring money into my household, even if I got to do it as a team with 3 to 5 friends? Because if you got 5 friends that are about your success, the 6 of y'all should be able to make yourself successful. But if you got 5 friends that's sitting around a campfire complaining about the past, blaming everybody else except for themselves for the lifestyle that they live, no accountability, no responsibility, you are the company that you keep. You're not going to be successful. If you don't have an idea, you don't have anybody to brainstorm with, you're not going to be as successful as if you got new friends that would talk about different ways to make yourself more successful. And the fact that I'm here 1 to 3 hours, 4 hours today, and I'm here every day of the week talking to you guys about different ways that you can make, save, and invest money, how come you don't have more people like me that you can talk to when you're not on this podcast? Because you didn't think about it until I just mentioned it. But the truth of the matter is that is why more than 76% of the American population is financially challenged, living paycheck to paycheck. Because we do not have that mentorship from our elders, and we do not have that mentorship from our peers. Mentorship is down and across. And since we are not getting that mentorship from anywhere else, and we did not have the foresight before I mentioned it to go look for that type of individual to add to our network, we never thought to find them. But since you are the company that you keep, 3 out of 5 of your friends should be successful, more successful than you, because you are going to be the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And 3 of them need to be more successful than you, so that 60% of your network is exceptionally successful. That doesn't mean abandon all your friends and never talk to them again, but if they are going to remain stagnant and plateaued in their life, and you want to go from being from the bottom 25 or bottom 50% of the economy to the upper 60 or 70% of economy, you are going to have to start affiliating yourself with the upper 60, 70% of economy, which means that you got to change your dialogue from calling folks to sir and ma'am. You're going to have to change your attire from dressing like the common stereotypical street thug to dressing professional. You are going to have to stop dressing like scantily clad women and start dressing like business women. You're going to have to start putting on pantsuits and stop wearing all these tight clothes that are overly revealing. You know, cover up all your tattoos, look like you own a business, not look like you're for sale from a business, right? And change your mindset. Then you also have to change your mindset, because as you start making money, because your identity is building your brand. And if your brand is for the streets, ain't nobody gonna respect you. Doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. If your brand is for the streets, ain't nobody gonna respect you. But if your brand is about business, your brand is about making money, make money for you, then people who want to make money will see you and want to make money with you, right? But if your brand is not about making money, it's about spending money, people who want to make money are not going to hang out with you because they're not going to want to spend money. Why do you think the wealthy stay wealthy? Because they only spend what they need to spend. And the reason why the broke people stay broke is because they spend whatever they haven't spent on bills, because they want to look wealthy. But every time you spend $500 on a brand name, all it shows to your society is that you have the money to waste on that. Every time a wealthy individual can pay all of their bills from the dividend distributed from their brokerage account, they are quietly showing that they don't have to look for money to pay their bills. And they didn't buy the name brand that you bought, because why? They own the company. Have you ever asked yourself why the top 1% do not wear none of the branded clothes that the bottom 25% spend so much time standing in line trying to purchase? Y'all ain't never thought about that? As popular as Jordans are, how many wealthy people do you see wearing Jordans? How many wealthy people do you see wearing Chanel? How many wealthy people do you see wearing Gucci? Ralph Lauren? How many wealthy people do y'all see wearing that stuff? Practically none. The rappers, the athletes, because they're broke people, broke-minded individuals that got a massive contract and became wealthy in a short period of time, and they make more money than their poor decision-making skills can spend. But everybody else, wealthy executives, the people who own Disney, the people who own international studios, the people who own the banks, the people who own Walmart. How many times have you seen them walking around with name brand? You couldn't even tell which one they are, because they wear clothes that are unbranded and usually similar to the same stuff that you'll see on a rack at Walmart or Burlington Coat Factory or any type of off-branded retail store, because it is not about the brand. It is about the durability and quality of the product. But broke people want to look wealthy from the outside in by wasting a bunch of money on buying stuff that makes them look wealthy. But just like I told you guys, this was a 3-pack that cost me $25. And just about every shirt that I've got in here is either something that I bought 15 years ago or something that I spent less than $20 to buy in collections. And I'm always in here dressed for business. Never seen in a wife beater, never seen in a throwback t-shirt, never seen looking like I just got out of God knows what kind of criminal underworld scenario. I don't look like a rap star video or anything like that. You know, some people, oh, you look like a lawyer. Okay, but it's better to look like a lawyer than to look like an underlord. You know what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is that you carry yourself with a certain level of prestige, and your decision-making skills with your finances is also going to reflect that. So even if you dress your best self, even if you went to the mall and bought all the suits that you could afford, and then you walk out and you look good and everybody likes the way you look, right? But when people start trying to do business with you, your profits and losses don't look right. Guess what? They're not going to do business with you. And this is going to be the moments when they stop doing business with you. when you're trying to upgrade your phone and your credit score look like shit, when you're trying to get better car insurance and your credit score looks like shit, when you're trying to rent a new house and your credit score looks like shit, when you're trying to finance a house and your debt to income looks like shit and your credit score looks like shit, this is when it matters to you. It could have looked way better than what it did had you not been wasting all your money on stuff that you didn't need to waste your money on. So I want you guys to think about that as we wrap things up today. Special shout out to Steven, OG Kicks, FX Trader, Michael, Unc, Andy, Aztec, shoot, I'm trying to think of everybody, Joe Jack, and Wisdom from the other day. I really appreciate you guys for coming to the show. Thank you everybody else for coming to the show, for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, and I will be seeing you guys tomorrow night. And for those of you guys that are watching this on TikTok,
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting down upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command.